What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? It's your boy HB Gone Global, back with another live stream. Not just any live stream. This is a celebratory moment. I finally hit my unlock to get super chats, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, pulling up, showing support. Without y'all guys, I wouldn't be able to hit this milestone. So the next milestone we got to hit. We got to get the monetization up. So tonight I'm gonna have an open panel. Give me a second. Let me try to see if I can get my camera fixing. I'll fix. I don't know what's going on. It's not working. Usually it works, but it's not working. Hold on for a second. Just give me a couple of seconds, man. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We up in this. We up. We live. We live. We live. Appreciate you guys. Let me get my mic set. Hope my mic doesn't go out. Last time Illuminati was messing with me, man. Yes, indeedy. First off, I'm going to I'm going to post at the bottom. Those are my new subscribers recently. So shout out to you guys, man. Thanks for subscribing, showing your boy some love. And shout out to Hilltop. What's up, Hilltop, man? Appreciate you, man. So I'm gonna come on and join, grabbing something to eat right quick. All right, man, for sure, man. Man, fill the belly, man. Feed the soul, bro. But yeah, I appreciate, man, y'all people, man. A lot. Look, the last few weeks, I want to say it was like maybe like 3 to 4 weeks, man. Y'all came through. Y'all showed me love. Y'all supported me. Y'all watched my content to help me get to my first milestone of being able to get super chats. So I'm not asking for super chats tonight, but since it's a celebratory moment, man, y'all go ahead and drop your boy some change, man. Or better yet, hit that cash app. I got the link in the description, man. The cash app, you better I get more of that money. But because I was reading the guidelines on the damn super chats, man, I'm like, damn, these folks YouTube where they take 30%. I'm like, dang, y'all trying to get all them up. I'm doing all the work. You know what I'm saying? Your platform already built. The YouTubers for us on it was built on their backs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done got y'all money. Y'all recoup y'all money, man. Come on, man. Let us newcomers get our money, man. But yeah, I'm assuming my audio is correct. Hold on, let me check right quick. Yes, indeed. All right, yeah, yes, sir. Audio is legit. But yeah, um, but yeah, man, this is a special occasion today. Getting my super chats unlocked. Appreciate y'all again. Appreciate all those guys, and I hope some of y'all guys can pull up. I just posted, let people know that I'm live now. Um, I know a couple people said they was gonna come through, but I see they got lives going on right now. Let me text them and let them know that I'm live. Maybe they can come through for a little bit, show your boy some love, help boost the channel. Mm. Hey, baby, if I see you. Okay. Yes, indeedy. Of course, now that I can get super chats, what I'm saying, again, I like to thank y'all guys, man. I appreciate all the people who was rocking with me, helping me get my channel up and about. Um, especially with, being able to get the support from you guys, the guys who want to show some love. If y'all want to take the extra step, show me some love, so I can be able to take more trips. You know what I'm saying? I can be able to pay this baby, pay these babysitters, man, because what I'm saying, I can't go anywhere if I don't have a babysitter because baby mom be tripping. She be jealous. Hold on, baby. Let's see. There she go right now. Hold on for a second, man. Look. She can't live without me. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that, guys. You know what I'm saying? Daddy is needed. But yeah, so yeah, like I was saying, I will be able to, take more trips, get a babysitter. You know what I'm saying? So I can bring y'all guys some more content. hopefully I can bring the content that y'all want. You know, I want to do my channel a little bit different, not different, but I just want to have a better clean channel. We can sometimes we can get into the underbelly of certain things in certain places in certain societies, but typically, I want people to, appreciate all the information I can give you as far as like, just having a good time abroad. You know, and of course, what I'm saying, we like to travel for the ladies, but there's more to traveling and experiencing life, getting out there in the world than women. And also, with getting love from super chats during the celebratory moment, y'all guys help me out. I will be able to outsource some of my work to create better content, meaning, I can pay somebody to do some of my thumbnails instead of me sitting there doing it because hey, I got so I got a main job. I got other little hustles that, that's going on. Sometimes that take up time. So even though I'm starting out, people expect you to grind it out a lot. But I will try to take those, a couple dollars here and there, shoot somebody a couple dollars to make a thumbnail for me. That, when y'all give to me, so I'm giving back to y'all, pour it back into the content. Hopefully I get it a chance, get the opportunity to be able to have somebody edit my videos for me, especially when I'm more, especially when I start making more content and getting out there. Um, so every contribution would be greatly appreciated. Also, I will be able to be able to get licensed music instead of using the default music because I would like to, have more licensed music or be able to buy music from, artists so I can be able to have a more authentic vibe to me instead of using the default music. But yeah, thanks for pulling up. Um, I greatly appreciate it. I don't know how long this live gonna go for, but we're gonna rock out tonight a little bit. So I'm gonna tell one of my stories of being in Japan. Japan is one of my favorite places that I never got back to. I was stationed in Okinawa 2004. That was my first introduction to Thailand going on that deployment. Okinawa, man, I feel like, man, it's shameful that I didn't get a chance to go back and visit. So I was talking to my homeboy the other night. He's talking about taking a trip out there. Like me and him was like, "Hey man, let's go to Okinawa." I'm like, "Man, like you playing around." But if he's serious about it, then I'm open to going to Okinawa again. It's been shit. Well, it's been 20 years since I've been to Okinawa. I stopped in mainland Japan um last uh last year, and I was able to spend most of the day there. And I didn't really get a chance to experience, but I did a little sightseeing. It was dope. Like when I was stationed in Japan, it was like it's like getting off the airplane. We fly we fly into Kadena Air Force Base. It looks just like any other military base. But once you get in that bus and they ship you over to your duty station, and it's like, man, it's like being inside of an anime movie, like an anime cartoon. All the damn lights, you know what I'm saying? You hear all the little Japanese talking, the little advertise. They got these buses that they have all the time where they just like riding around. You hear the little Japanese shit. You just hear the damn Japanese shit going on, and they have like um, everything just damn neon lights. It feel like you in a damn one of them cyberpunk movies, man. Just neon lights everywhere. But yeah, so I had a good time. I was stationed there for a whole year. I had a marvelous time. I ain't gonna lie. When I first got there, man, I was struggling to pull the Japanese chicks. It was like, I didn't understand the game over there. And some of the guys, you know what I'm saying, they wasn't really telling me until I was just watching and I was seeing what they was doing. And I was like, oh, that's what y'all doing. Y'all being goofy and lame. That's how you get Japanese chicks. I'm like, oh shit. So I had to adopt that, which was kind of difficult because, I'm coming from, what I'm saying, being smooth, like putting that silk on, chicks' ears and stuff, but that wasn't working. It was just a whole different type of way of, you know, dating over there, hollering at girls. So like it took me like the first 4 months before I like actually hooked up with a Japanese chick. Before that, I was hollering at all the Air Force chicks because the thing is, me, I seen that there was a, I seen that there was a service, that was needed. So I provided that service because all the American dudes were going out chasing the Japanese girls. So all the American chicks, all the black chicks on base, they was like, "Damn, ain't nobody trying to holler us, ain't no brothers." I slid in where I fit in. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, look, I was taking them down from E3 to E7. It was going down. I was staying in chicks' cribs, like some of the E7s and stuff. They had their own cribs out there in mainland. Um, I'm talking about some of the baddest. Like that's why I say the Air Force have like we talk about IG models back then. Like the Air Force was equivalent to like IG models. They had all the baddies. It was like you didn't see no like rough looking chicks. I'm talking about girls smelling good. They dressing look good. Their hair, because they got their hair regulations was a little bit loose. So the girls, man, their hair be, what I'm saying? They be, what I'm saying, like in the US, like chicks who got money that keep their hair up. That's how they was. Their nails. I'm like, damn, nails done. To my, oh man. So, that's when I was just like running through all the tens. Um, all the Air Force chicks, they were like most of them was all tens. So that was my introduction to tens because I'm from the country. So it's like you got average looking chicks, you know what I'm saying? But like the Air Force, man, you had chicks from all over the US. And man, I had a taste of everything. But but yeah, I went to once they started deployment season came up, I think that was like around it was like mid-May or something like that. They asked who wanted to go on these certain deployments. So they had the option Okinawa and Korea. And my buddies from my previous duty station told me, hey, bro, if anything else, you need to try to get on that Cobra Gold to Thailand deployment. And I was like, for real? They was like, yeah, they was telling us all the stories about it. So I was like, all right. So when I had first got there, there was guys that was already stationed there, but it wasn't their first time on the deployment. So I was trying to break it down to them. But it was some guys in the group that I was kicking with. They were so adamant of going to Korea. I was like, bro, nah, Korea is not the move, bro. We got to go to Thailand. It's like, oh man, I'm trying to go to Korea, get the Jordans for the low low so I can sell them. Because one dude, he was selling throwback jerseys and knock off Jordan to send it back to the States. And I was like, no, man, fuck that shit, man. I'm like, bro, we need to get on that damn Cobra Gold, man. Let's go, let's go. So I was able to convince like a couple dudes. But it was like other dudes that like been there for a while. They already knew what time it was. But so I ended up getting on that deployment, and that was my first introduction to to Thailand. But yeah, as far as like when I got back to Okinawa, that's when I unlocked goddamn my special abilities and shit. Mess with them Japanese chicks, man. I don't know what it was. I don't think it was just I think it was just like, I don't know what it was. I think I just needed that Asian scent on me. I think Thailand gave me that. When I came back, man, we used to go to the clubs and like, these regular hip hop clubs, you know what I'm saying? These all regular girls, man. I'm talking about, man, them Japanese chicks, man. Look, we was going like they was, oh man. Like most all the clubs had all you can drink. So you just pay the fee to get in. How much the fee was? I think it was like maybe like $10. I can't remember. Some places maybe like five. I can't remember exactly, but it wasn't nothing. And once you get in, it's all you could drink. If anybody, if anybody was in the Marine Corps, Navy, or Army, whatever, that was stationed in Okinawa back in 2004, man, y'all let me know. But yeah, once you get in clubs, all you could drink, but the drinks were watered down. So you had like you always so the bar was always full, and they had them damn gallon. Hold on for a second. Sorry, apologize, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Who was that? Anybody watching right now? Apologize. Had to take care of my had to take care of my daughter for a second. But where was I? So I was talking about Japan. I got back to when I got back to Okinawa. But yeah, I unlocked that special ability. Mess with them Okinawan chicks. And once I did that, it was sky's limit. But yeah, so you go to the bars. You got the bars like B Greens. They had a club called Elks. Man, Elks was the proving ground, and it was the crazy. I'm talking about it's some crazy stuff. I'm talking about those Japanese chicks, man. It was freaking like, man. There was like parts of the dance floor that was dark, and you could literally like get it in. Like they be with the shits. You know what I'm saying? You get it on the dance floor, dude might think you dancing. You might you're in the corner smashing stuff, man. I'm telling you, Japan was crazy. But yeah, the drinks, Elks, man, Elks dudes always fight. It was just one dude, man. I don't know where this dude was from. I think he's from Arkansas somewhere. This cat was known for fighting. Like damn near every other damn weekend, they have to drag this dude out the club. I don't know why they never kicked this guy out. This dude always he was known for fighting, getting in fights in the E Club, everything. But Elks, it was B Greens, another club called Dragons off Gate 2 Street. Dragons, little ass club. I'm talking about Dragons. Look, I'm telling you, Dragons was like the size of my goddamn, like my apartment. It was like room to room. It was like a little ass room, and everybody, I'm talking about everybody packed up in that joint, and they had mirrors in there, and the mirrors gave the illusion that it was like bigger than what it is, but that shit was small as hell. But for some reason, that place was lit. So you had like people, you know, you had people from all bases in that joint, and the Japanese chicks crammed in the joint. But later on that year, they ended up building another Dragon. And it was a large club. It was like on the end of Gate 2. And it was way larger, but that little small spot used to be cracking. And I can't remember exactly what Elks was, because every time we went to Elks was like it was like going towards Kadena Air Force Base, but it was like somewhere. I don't know. I couldn't never, because I was good with directions, like knowing where to go to places. But Elks was like weird. You had to take all these, streets and roads and stuff, man, when you get there. But that place was, man, oh man, I used to love it. I used to love Elks, man. You just get you had to drink tons of drinks. So every time you went to the bar, it's like a ton of people at the bar. And then when you go to the bar, you can just grab how many drinks you want, but it was watered down. So they had like the whole gallon of like Smirnoff and shit. So they'd be like, literally just pouring Smirnoff in all the damn cups and shit. And then dude filling up with chaser and shit, bullshit ass chaser. And it was so watered down, you had to drink like a ton of damn drinks. So you at the bathroom constantly pissing because you're trying to get a buzz, unless I think you could pay extra for you know what I'm saying, like drinks that was like more strong or like some type of mixed drink. They had some shit called God, what the hell that name of that shit was out there? Man, somebody can remind me. Anybody was stationed out in Japan? I think it was called Mojo or I think it's something start with an M. It was some drink, man. That shit will get you fucked up. It was like a whole bunch of different types of liquors mixed in there. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. But but yeah, you constantly trying to get the drinks, man, because you're trying to get a buzz, have a good time. And it was like, Japanese chicks all up in that joint. And then B Greens, it was B Greens in another club. Because the only reason I remember B Greens, it was in Naha. The only reason I remember B Greens is because I had like a little card that I had kept. It was like a rewards card. So every time you went there, they'll punch it. And I think you get like you get in free every time, like so many, you get how many punches. But there was another club we used to go to too. I forgot the name of that joint, man. God, it was like we used to either go to B Greens or that other joint. But I like the other joint too, man. That place was dope. But yeah, like after a while being there in Japan, you started like venturing out, because sometimes when you first get there, all the guys, they always want to go to the most popular the happening spot. So they're gonna, you're gonna kind of get stuck in that cycle. But the thing is, I started hey man, I appreciate it, man. I got 950 subscribers. I got 10 more subs to get to 1,000. I really appreciate you because I think I checked it this morning. I was at 944, but I just gained 6 subscribers. Um, those guys came in pretty fast today. I wasn't able to get your name in there. If I was able to see you, I'll get you next time. Next time I do a live though. But I really appreciate y'all guys subbing to the channel, and I appreciate you guys watching. Also, drop a comment in the chat, man. Don't let me sit up here and talk to myself all night. I love to engage with my audience. Um, if you want to come up, you can pull up. I'll drop the link. But you have to verify yourself in the background, and you can't be on no weirdo stuff because people will try to do some porn bombing and shit. We ain't got time for all that goofy stuff. But if you want to pull up, you want to ask any questions, I'm more than happy. If you want to chop it up with something, you know what I'm saying, we can. There's a link. But yeah, what I was saying. Yeah, like once I started venturing, like getting other friends, I was meeting people who had whips and shit, and they used to like, take me to all different parts of Okinawa, like really getting out there. Then I was meeting Japanese chicks that had their own whip. They used to come pick me up, take me, wherever. Like I'm talking about, man, like just that whole experience of, because sometimes a lot of the lower ranks, E3s and below, it kind of typically gets stuck in a cycle of going to certain places. But like once you start like get a friend or somebody, they start to take you to like all these different spots on the island, and it's just like a way better experience. Like going to the beach and shit, meeting Japanese chicks out there on the beach, or going having beach parties, cookouts on the beach, going to like little hidden bars that nobody knows about. You probably the only American in there. Might be like a couple of Japanese doing there. Might be like 5 Japanese chicks in there, and they all with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they was like, "Oh, what are you doing in here?" Because like some places in Japan, like I heard it's like that in Tokyo, but like in Okinawa, they don't allow Americans to be in um to come in. They still have like a gripe about Americans being there. So it's like some places just like no Americans allowed. But yeah, I went to some nice restaurants too. Like that sucks too, because some nice restaurants, they only will allow you to come in if you are escorted by a Japanese. So like you as an American by yourself going up in there, or use your friends trying to go up in there, John, they was like, hell no. But a lot, some of the places, if you had a Japanese escort, they would, let you come in. But yeah, I used to date this Japanese chick, man. She used to take me all these nice spots, restaurants. Food wasn't inexpensive back then, so you have a good time. I mean, one of my favorite spots I used to eat at, man. Shout out to this black dude, man. It was called Sauce Live, man. Sauce. I think it's dude Reggie. I think it's Reggie. But yes, the sauce, man. The food. Oh man, this dude. I forgot where he's from, man. But this dude, man. I think he used to be in the Marine Corps. He stayed out there. Now he got his own barbecue sauce. But his restaurant, the food used to be so good, man. I'm talking about, it was like, I think it was like maybe like $20, $15, $20. And it was like he give you large portions, man. You get the French fries, you get the potato wedges with the ribs, or you do ribs and chicken, or you just do straight chicken. Man, that shit used to be so good. I'm talking about, bro, used to throw it down, man. Like that used to be the favorite spot. And then another my favorite spot, little Japanese restaurant. They finally put one. I mean, they had it in San Diego for a while, but they used to have it in LA for a minute. It was called Coco Ichis, and I used to love that Japanese curry, man. I used to have the Japanese chicks bring me some Coco Ichis and shit. And when I used to be in the barracks chilling and stuff, I'm like, yo, hit me a little konnichiwa, hit me up like konnichiwa, bitch. Like, bring me some Coco Ichis. Okay, no problem. But yeah, um, Japan was lit, man. Just the whole, I just like when it gets nighttime in Japan with all the lights come about. You feel like you're in an anime movie. You know, like yeah, Japan is like for one of my favorite places. But it's a shame that I never had a chance to get back to there. But I got to get back one of these days. So what is about Japan? What else? Dude, I would say, huh. Yeah, they had like some small ass roads too. Like the roads are small. It was real slippery when it was wet outside because the roads were made out of mix of seashells and asphalt. and driving in the rain is very dangerous. So they just always warn us like, hey man, y'all guys be safe out there when it's raining because like Japanese people, man, they cannot drive. Like you would think like, with them kind of like really started drifting and shit. But listen, they have like these little stickers on the back of their car to warn you of people who can't drive worth a damn to stay clear of them. Pull up, man. Who's online with me? Pull up, pull up, pull up. Drop a comment in the chat. Let me know if you watch. I want to know who checking me out. But yeah, you got to be real careful out there because the ground was real slippery, and they take environment stuff like very. Japan is very clean, man. They really take the environment stuff very seriously. Like trash throwing trash on that, you ain't gonna see none of that. Uh, uh, you got to be especially you got to be careful driving on little small back roads because there might be a light pole in the middle of the damn road. Because in Japan, in Okinawa, at least they got this rule where like the government can't build on people's private land. So you know how you might see like somewhere in parts of America where you might see a light pole might be on somebody's property, or just in front of people's property. Like they don't play that over there. Like you know, you can't just build on people's private property. So they'll put a light pole in the middle of the road. You be like, damn, you driving down the road, shit already small. You got, these people park all on the side of the road, they little ass cars. And then you come up, you're like, damn, it's a damn light pole. And you try to squeeze part of the damn light pole in between the cars at the same time. It's weird. But yeah, Naha was kind of like Naha was like a mini Tokyo. When you get to Naha City, you got all the lights, all the Japanese people crossing the street. It looked like ants out there. So many people. That was crazy. And another thing that if you notice in Asia, a lot of people squat a lot. So that was kind of weird. That was kind of weird too. Like seeing people squat a lot. You'll be like, you'll see some Japanese chicks, they just chilling on the side of the sidewalk or whatever, and they texting and they just be squatting and shit. Texting, you know what I'm saying? They be like, it's like, damn. But you see that a lot. But yeah, also, I went to this Japanese chick crib one time, and I was like, "Oh, where's your bathroom?" And she was like, "Okay, here, here." I go into the bathroom. I'm like, "Damn, where your toilet at?" Like she didn't have no toilet. So over there in Japan, they don't have toilets like that. She had like a damn, like a, I don't know if y'all ever seen like a stand up urinal. They damn squat. They squat over that shit. It's like a damn thing. They just squat. I'm like, oh hell no toilet. I was like, hell no. But yeah, they now squat. You know what I'm saying? They squat in a hole and shit. Man, that was crazy. But yeah, man, Okinawa, man, that shit was a blast. What's up, man? Hit the like button. Oh shit, only got one person watching. But yeah, I appreciate whoever that is tuning in. You must be hate watching because you ain't drop no chat or anything. Yeah, you just sitting here watching me talk to myself. I like for my audience to be engaged. I like to engage with the audience. But shout out to you, man. Shout out for at least you still supporting. Got two people now. Hit that like button for me, please. Hit the like button. But yeah, this live is a celebration of me being able to get super chats. And I appreciate y'all guys for helping me get to that milestone. But yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to text somebody, see if I can get them on live for a second. Just give me stay here and put a little music in the background. Y'all rock out for a little bit for me. Yo, what up? What up? Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm back. Appreciate you. Whoever that one person still watches. Appreciate you for checking, just staying checked in. But yeah, I had to send a couple text messages, let people know that I was live. But yeah, that was my little story about Japan. I had an amazing time in Okinawa. Um, for some reason, I don't know why. You know what? I know I'm lying. So towards the end of that year, a lot of people was getting in trouble. New Year's came around. We had a dude, staff sergeant, ended up getting drunk, crashing his car into the side of a building. One of my homeboys got caught up, got hemmed up for marijuana. So the damn CO got pissed off. Was like, hey, you know what? Yeah, since y'all don't act right, we're going to goddamn restrict y'all liberty. So they had put the whole damn base on lockdown for a whole month. And I was like, oh hell no, man, I can't do this shit, man. Listen, Japan is different when you ain't got shit to do. When it's like you just go to work and you come home and you just stuck to the barracks. I mean, they had the E Club. The E Club was, you know what I'm saying, was still popping, not popping like that, but you didn't have no women because all the damn, no disrespect, but all the female Marines on base, they wasn't hitting on shit, and it was only like a few that the ones that always came out, and then they was taken. So that was the rough part about that. Being stuck on base, not being able to have something to do. But there were sometimes we did used to sneak off the base. I ain't gonna tell y'all how, in case, what I'm saying, they might have somebody watching in the Marine Corps right now. I don't want to mess up the the guys that's out there right now how to get off base. But yeah, there was ways to get off base during restriction and stuff, but we used to sneak off base and still go to the club every now and then. We didn't want to push our luck with it. But yeah, we used to still get it in. But it was just different because I didn't know how it was gonna be. So it was time for me to leave because I was gonna stay for another year. But I was like, damn, like man, it's getting crazy now. So I was like, I'm just gonna take this L and leave. And so I ended up, leaving and going to Washington, DC, my next duty station. I had a sergeant that used to be stationed out there in DC. He was telling me like, oh, you need to go to Marine Barracks, man. Marine Barracks is he's like it's straight. And also he was like, you gonna be in Chocolate City. He was like, man, you want to go somewhere that got like the baddest black chicks in America? Like you need to go to DC. He's like, there's a mixture of everything. And he wasn't lying about that too. Cause when I got stationed in DC, oh man, I'm talking about, oh man, listen, I done smoked some of the baddest chicks out there too. Young, in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? I was fit, you know. We used to hit up damn club called Dreams back in the day. Man, Dreams used to be lit. It was like 4 stories. And I think like the first 2 floors they played hip hop. And I think like on the third floor they played like a mixture of like Latin music, Brazilian music. So if you want to go on the third floor, if you want to get some Latin chicks from the area, they'll be out there partying. So you know what I'm saying? You snatch you some Latin chicks up, man. Oh my God. Listen. They changed the name a whole bunch of times too after that. I remember it was Dreams, and then they changed it to something else, and they changed it again. But they always change the names to the clubs and stuff out there. But and then I remember what was that Park Ave, Parking Ave? Parking Ave used to be another spot too. Parking Ave used to have some baddies, boy. Like sophisticated chicks used to be, ooh, Lord have mercy, man. It was so many hot look, DC is like a good place to party. This was like 2000. This is around like from 2004. And I was there for 2005 to 2011. So I don't know how it is now, but I think like once maybe like 2006, I kind of got in a little serious relationship. So I stopped going to the club. But before then, when I was on that terror, man, jeez, man. I'm talking about, man, listen, you meet all kind of different chicks with different backgrounds. You have different groups of Africans that live in the DC area. So you're gonna be bumping into Ethiopian chicks, Eritreans, you got chicks from the Congo, Nigeria, all these different places. Like, man, and they coming out to party. And it was, I mean, I'm talking, I was always getting into something. Like DC was fun though. But yeah, Okinawa, like I had to get up out of Okinawa, but I wish in retrospect thinking about it, I should have just stayed because I was still in contact with some of my buddies, and they was telling me like, oh yeah, they left the restriction, like we back getting it in, and I was like, all right, cool. yeah, but I couldn't handle like not being able to have fun out there in Japan. Like, you work hard, you want to go out and play hard. But yeah, man, like drop a message to chat. I want to know who checked in, who's watching right now. I got some people keep coming in, dropping off in and out. What's up with that, man? Come through. Come out, rock out with your boy. It's a celebration. I just unlocked my super chat goal. Super chats. If y'all want to show some love, man, hit that super chat, man. I don't care if it's $1, $2, $3 to $100, whatever. Just show your boy some love. Yeah, also, you want to show me some more love, hit that something if you don't want to, if you don't want to super chat, hit that like button or hit that subscribe button. What's up, Roland Travels, man? What's up, my guy, man? Come through, man. You know what, man? I know we done talked on, other people panels and stuff, man. Come through, man. I got the link. Let me drop the link again in the description, man. Come up here and chop it up with your boy. But yes, celebration. Got that, got the super chats unlocked. I just need to keep grinding out. I'm gonna drop y'all some new travel content soon. Going through some of my hard drives. I still got a little stuff that I can show with y'all. Also, I am going to be going to South Africa in July. That is the plan. So I already got stuff lined up, places I'm gonna go. And I might shoot out to Durban because I heard Durban. Let me. I heard Durban is a hot spot. So that's one of them untapped spot brothers don't know about. But some YouTubers I know, they done put me on. So I'm gonna check out Durban. Yeah, sir. So let me power up the studio. I'll join you, brother. Okay, man. Appreciate you, bro. Go ahead and get that. This man got a professional studio, man. I'm struggle streaming in my living room, man. But yeah, I got some. I just ordered me a green screen. I want to try to do something different. I don't know how they're gonna play out because I didn't I didn't want to rearrange my apartment because to be honest with you, I never intentionally wanted to do lives for my YouTube channel. I just want to do a travel based channel, all long form content, just me going places, showing y'all, what I'm saying, different places outside of the typical places. With my original content, I was in those typical places at the time. So I was just kind of using that as a learning tool, learning the editing software. I mean, I know how to edit in other software, but I made the decision to switch to DaVinci Resolve because I heard that was a good free tool to use. But I eventually ended up buying the software because I liked it so much and I wanted to use some of the other features. So but yeah, the free version of DaVinci Resolve, man, that shit is amazing. You know what I'm saying? You can get whatever you done, get whatever you need done with that. But typically if I like a software or tool or something and I use it enough, I typically just go ahead and buy the full version, to show the people some love. But yeah, I never intentionally to do live, so I have no intention in changing my apartment to a studio. You know what I'm saying? A YouTube studio. So I bought a green screen. I'm gonna play with that and see what I can do with that. But yeah, also helping my nephew, trying to put him on game. He's 13 years old. He love playing video games. I'm like, hey, bro. He said, same, yeah. I'm the same way. Second bedroom. Yeah, like yeah, my nephew, man, like he play video game all the time. Like he just turned 13. I said, hey, bro, listen, bro, you living in the perfect age, man. I'm like, if I was 13 and I had YouTube, listen, I had me one of these gaming channels. I was trying to explain to him, just break it down. I said, man, you're 13, young now. I saw how you was watching other people play. I said, there's always kids that's gonna be born every day growing up. They're gonna hit that certain age where they start watching YouTube videos and stuff. Like your audience gonna grow with you way better versus me at my age trying to grow a guarded audience. Because eventually, when I started off, I noticed my analytics that my audience was guys between the age of 35 and up. But you typically more 35 to 45, and then I started getting a little range of older gentlemen, never a young crowd, never women. I guess because of my content, but I'm starting to see steady that younger people are starting to watch me, more young people are starting to tap in. But yeah, I'm telling my nephew, I said, hey man, bro, you start a gaming channel. Cause man, he a character, these young folks, man, they characters and stuff. So I said, you start your channel now, man, like a gaming channel. I said, man, by the time you 18, and if you're doing it right, you're gonna be like a damn millionaire. I was like, man, you can get to the money early. Cause I'm like, your audience gonna grow with you. As you get older, you're gonna, audience gonna grow with you. Then you're gonna still keep getting that little young crowd. Because little kids always, getting into video games. That's just the nature of the beast. Because the video game industry, when I first became a video game developer, when I was first got military, I was trying to decide what I wanted to do. It was 2010, and I seen a MSNBC report on the video game industry. At the time, it was 10 billion. A $10 billion industry. I think by the time I graduated, it was at 100 billion. So that shit like outgrew Hollywood, and it's just constantly keep growing. So I haven't even checked the numbers lately on what the industry cap is now. But like, we're in a digital age and shit just keep growing. And I was like, hey, bro, you need to start this YouTube channel now. So I bought him a computer. I just dropped like damn near $1,200 on him yesterday. I ordered all the computer parts, even though I'm not there to put it together because it was cheaper for me to do this. I got him his cameras, you know what I'm saying? I got him like all the stuff that he needs to be able to stream from his PS5 to the computer. I had to buy him like monitors, keyboard, mouse, all that stuff. I told him when I come home, I'm gonna put the computer together for him. So I'm gonna like kind of show him how to get set up, show him a couple of videos, YouTube videos on how to stream and how to use, you know what I'm saying, for some of the free software. Like I'm using OBS Studio, and a lot of stuff is simple to use. I hope he can grasp it, but shit, I mean, I was smart as hell when I was at an age, man. I was like figuring shit out on my own. I remember like when I was what, I forgot how old I was. I know I was like around 13 or younger than 13. I built a whole tool shed by myself, like a whole tool shed by myself. Like that shit stood. Look, that tool shed was standing until we had a bad storm in Georgia a couple years ago. So how old I was, like what, I don't know how I was small, and that tool shed stood all those years, 20 plus years. That damn tool shed stood. You know what I'm saying? So I was always capable. Like um, I used to go to the little down in the south. You had a little shop class. They had a ag mechanic shop. Learn how to weld at an early age. Yes, indeed. No further ado, man. I got Ronan Travels putting up. What's up, brother? What's going on with you?
What's going on, man? We needed to chop it up anyway, brother. I think, aren't you a Marine?
Yes, indeed, man. I was just talking
All
about
right, Semper Fi,
the whole
my
beginning.
brother.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man. Simplify, man.
Yeah,
I was just talking about Okinawa. I started the
yeah, I
whole first
heard
hour.
that. I heard Okinawa. I was like, oh yeah, I think brother said he was a Marine. I'm at the game. You said come on up. I'm like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Yes, indeed, man. Yeah, so I'm celebrating. I got my super chats unlocked.
Congratulations, bro. I'm trying to work it there, bro. I'm trying to work it there. I was
Yeah,
struggle streaming for a while since I moved down here to Texas. They got some
oh yeah,
slow ass internet down here.
for real.
I was spoiled with Google Fiber
See, you
up
know what?
in
I never
Kansas
lived.
City, Missouri, and I'm talking super fast speeds, man.
Look,
You
I live in
know,
San Diego. Certain parts they don't even have that out here.
yeah. So I was on Google Fiber in Kansas City, Missouri, and I had 900 plus download and about 4 to
Yeah,
600 upload speed.
that's
I
crazy.
got here and they talking 4 to 500 for fiber, 4 to 500 down and only 40 up. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
That
that's
ain't fiber. I said, y'all lying your asses off down
you know what?
here.
That's regular internet because I got the
Yeah,
same thing with Spectrum, and I got regular cable internet, and those are the same speeds I got.
right,
Yeah,
right. So no, man. I just got this new mini PC that I'm kicking around, and it actually boosted up my speeds a lot better. Because I was getting on panels and lagging and stepping on people, and it was kind of irritating to me, and I'm sure it was irritating to everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. But yeah, hold on for a second. You know, hey, I just got my first super chat, man.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, QB Flexing, man? He says, congratulations, welcome to the money club. Hey, man, I appreciate you, bro, man. That's my first. Hey, that money gonna go towards me buying like a little soundboard. I'm gonna
Right.
get what's this?
Got to reinvest. Yeah, you got to get your Stream Deck,
Yeah, Stream Deck.
your
That's what I'm gonna get.
soundboard. Yeah, I got a Stream Deck sitting right here.
Yeah, so I can throw some little
Right.
yeah,
You put the
I'm
little
gonna get the
sounds
same
on
one.
it.
Yeah, put the little
So,
sound. I got to get the little horn. Get the
yeah, I'm
little
working on
I
that
think
right
you-
now. I'm working on the Stream Deck right now. I'm older, man. I think we both close to age. I'm 56, though. You know, so. And I was a tech in the Marine Corps, so I've been around computers since they were teletypes, and then they switched over to 8088s. So I fixed computers all throughout the Marine Corps. You know, that's what I learned on. I went in 87. So I was in the original Gulf War.
Yeah, I didn't join the Marine Corps until 2001.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
But you know what? You could do the sound effects in StreamYard too. I just didn't download any because I watched a video the other day how to do it though. But I should have did it for this, man. I kind of got sidetracked with other stuff. You know, I was trying to plan for this live stream and do other stuff. Had to, take care of my daughter.
You know what? I did StreamYards for 3 months, and then I'm actually looking at doing Streamlabs. And the reason I'm doing Streamlabs is because it has some other functionality to where I can monetize early without waiting on YouTube to hit 1,000 and 4,000 viewing hours. There's things that you can set up in Streamlabs because a lot of gamers use it. And it still allows you to tie into, your Twitch and your Facebook and IG and all those other social media sites, but it allows you to actually monetize quicker. And it kind of gives your people control. Like I could set up a second camera. If they want to see the second camera, they throw a tip in there and they actually get to activate a second camera looking at some other part of my studio. Okay. You know what I mean? So there's little things like that I was looking at, with other streamers. I watch a lot of YouTubers. So, and I notice a lot of them aren't necessarily using StreamYard as much as they're using Ecamm and some other ones, so I'm trying to figure out what are plus I'm also doing Rumble early because depending on the topic, depending on how raw it gets in the topic, instead of running it on YouTube and possibly getting a YouTube strike, I could run it back on Rumble and set up an edited version for YouTube. And an unedited version on my Rumble channel. That way I'm getting some exposure on Rumble early before something else develops.
So are you gonna do are you gonna like do pre-recorded videos or are you gonna do a live?
Yeah. Matter of fact, right now the series I'm gonna be working on, now that I know my stream is working properly, I'm not getting a lot of lag, which was my biggest problem of why I haven't done any lives yet. I'm gonna do some things on tax advantages and different tax write-offs for YouTubers, especially traveling vloggers, because it's tax season. Why not? And I'm in the financial insurance game. So, why not do a top 5 things as a YouTuber or vlogger you should be looking to write off for this tax season?
Yes, indeed. So so do you recommend doing a LLC or doing like a regular S corp or something like that?
I would do a LLC starting off. It doesn't hurt to protect yourself at any length, even though it's still going into your personal account and everything else. As a financial fiduciary, I would advise you just do an LLC just because. Run off of your LLC name, and then it still can be tied into your regular bank account. You don't have to have a business account starting off, but it would be advisable later to do that.
Yeah, I used to have an LLC out here in California that it was kind of getting expensive. It was like it's $800 a month, and then the business that I had wasn't like making no money, so I was damn losing money every year.
Your
And I was
LLC cost you $800?
yeah, you got to pay $800 a year tax fee for the LLC out here in California, man. I was like, dang,
Wow.
making the money to offset it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check on one of mine because I have AFI Services and then I have Ronin Travelers. I have two LLCs. I haven't done anything with AFI Services about 2 years, so I haven't checked on whether that LLC is still active within the state of California. But this LLC for Ronin is based out of Missouri.
okay,
But if I incorporate, I would incorporate in Texas because
uh,
that's where I'm at right now. And Texas has so many advantages for veterans as far as taxation wise. You
yeah,
know, they damn near give you land down here ridiculously. You don't pay any property tax, especially if you're
man,
a service connected vet.
man, I need to move to Texas. I've been saying
Yeah,
that for years, but shit, I'm trying to leave the US now.
bruh. I went from California. I was in California 30 plus years, back to the Midwest. You know, when I filed for my second divorce, I went back to the Midwest, catch up with my grandchildren and my oldest son. My mom's in the Midwest in Kansas, so I lived there for about 6 years. And I told her, I said, look, that last winter, I was done. I said, look, I'm spoiled, been in California way too long. I ain't built for this no more. I gotta go. And we got a lot of family down here from Houston all the way over to Louisiana. So
California would double tax you though. Like even if I try to
mhm.
incorporate another thing, it's like nowhere around it. And I
Yeah.
learned that through my company because my company they
You
used to
know, you can incorporate in any
incorporate
state,
in
even though
Delaware.
you're in California, you can incorporate in a whole nother state. It doesn't matter where you live at.
Yeah,
You just need to
but
have a
yeah,
PO box in that state or whatever.
yeah, but you still gonna get double tax. California, there's no way around it. Because my job, they used to do incorporate in Delaware, but
Mhm.
they still had to pay the California.
Oh,
Um,
that's dirty as hell.
yeah, yeah. So they was getting double tax. So it's like,
Yeah, if it's double
out,
tax,
out.
there's no advantage at that point. You know, the only advantage would be for you to potentially move to another state and then open up a new LLC. I'm just checking my speed right now. I'm doing good with this new. I got this little mini PC, man. It's kicking. It's kicking butt.
Yeah.
It's a Ryzen 7 card or chip in it. I put 64 gigs of RAM in it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this thing is flying. And I'm talking
With
a
gigs of
little
RAM. God
bitty.
damn.
It's a little bitty. And I'm talking like a square size little mini PC that I can even take on the road with me. And that's one of the reasons I brought it. Instead of having a laptop, I got a little mini PC that runs my stuff for me.
It looked like you're a little choppy though.
Yeah, I'm running everything through this GoPro right now. So
Okay.
I need to move up on camera work because the other camera that I had was a webcam and it barely hit 1080. I don't
That
even know
that,
what
hey,
this is set up at.
that GoPro don't overheat.
It hasn't on me yet. I don't know if I've been on long enough or haven't been on long enough, but I have a little webcam too. But it
Yeah.
on StreamYard, unless you buy the upgrade, you can only do 720. And you see the light behind me, that LED light?
Yeah.
It was catching the actual signal wave from it, keeping the LED lit. It would actually pick up the wave on the camera, so you would see this waving motion from the light.
Yeah. I got I was using 720 at first for first couple of weeks of StreamYard. I would say hey, try to download that. It's called the NVIDIA
Uh-huh.
broadcast. That software like my camera, look, I have an old camera. If I turn that software off, my video quality be like trash. But the NVIDIA software, the NVIDIA broadcast, it smooths everything out. They got filters you can add. So that's
Really?
why, like people like, oh, man, you got they say you got a good camera. I say, man, my camera, I got an old ass 1080p Logitech camera. Like if I turn that software off, it'll look real trash. You know what I'm saying? But the NVIDIA broadcast software, it smooths everything out. So yeah, that's what I'm using right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. You said NVIDIA, like the card, like the
Yep.
actual video card
Uh-huh.
software, but
Yeah.
it'll work on anything, even though you don't have an NVIDIA card in your PC.
I'm not sure
Or do
about that.
you have NVIDIA in
I'll
your
run the
PC?
video. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
you run NVIDIA. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, indeedy, man.
But I
I was
think Streamlabs has something in it for controlling mic and video quality as far as like how many bits per second and all these other things. So again, we're broadcasting through StreamYard, so I can't control it. But on
yeah,
Streamlabs, I can even control what settings I set the camera up on. So I might be able to clear it up there.
yeah. I just recently bought I just recently bought a little editing little keyboard from
Is QB still in here? QB can come up here.
hold on.
Let
Yeah,
that old black pill brother come on up. He's a
Black Pill.
cool, yeah.
That's my
He's
guy,
my
man.
boy. Yeah, I like him too.
He cool.
He's cool. He's
Yeah,
real cool.
man. Yeah, despite what they say about QB, man, he's cool, man. Y'all stop hating QB, man. Man, QB grew up in the suburbs, man. Don't hate that man because that man lived a good life, man.
Hey.
Some of us wasn't that fortunate, man.
You know, even though I grew up in Baltimore, my background ain't the greatest as far as family wise. But my mom and dad, well, my mom kept the books for the mob on the Baltimore shores. There was always the mob running the ports.
Yeah.
So my mom was involved with the keeping of the books. And my brother's dad, he was a collector. He was a 6'4" Indian.
Mhm.
So he would be on the docks collecting for the mob. And that's how they met. So yeah, that was like Bonnie and Clyde. They used to shoot up Baltimore back in the day.
Yeah, so you really lived the interesting life. My shit wasn't that
Yeah.
interesting. Like my dad was like, you know what I'm saying? I heard stories about him back in the day, but you know, once he got older, he kind of chilled out and
Mhm.
but like my mom, so I grew up in the South, so when they separated, you know, then I came along, they separated. Damn, I grew up in the South, man, in the country, because my dad, he's from New Jersey, you know, and my mom from Georgia, so grew up in the South, man. I remember I think I was like 10 years old. I went 9 or 10. I went up to New Jersey to visit,
Mhm.
and that was my first time, man, in the city and seeing like crack vials and needles and shit all over the goddamn ground. Because I was playing with like my cousins and stuff. I'm like, God damn, like you fuck around and fall, get HIV or tetanus out of this bitch. I'm like, God damn,
Yeah,
man.
for real.
Yeah, man. It was like damn destroyed. They're like the buildings, all bricks, like made out of bricks, and they was like destroyed and shit. I'm like, God damn, like, bro. But I seen how it was, you know, growing up in the inner city.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Baltimore, like I said, so I seen a lot. You know, my first murder, I think I was 4 years old when I saw that shit in the back alley, walking from my grandma's house to the corner store. Some bum or something had gotten an argument with another guy, and I walked up on a body. You know, literally, he had whoever got into the fight, they broke open a wine bottle and he stuck the lower part of the wine bottle on the guy's back, and he bled out right there
That's
in the
crazy.
back of the alley behind the grocery store down the street from my grandmother's house. So I've seen some stuff, you know, and I've always kept held my own. It didn't matter where I lived at. It's just that we weren't lacking as far as money. You know what I mean? We had money. We were still just in the hood though. You know,
Yeah,
some of the better parts.
yeah. I didn't see my first body until I was what? I saw somebody got shot before, but like not dead.
Well, in the Marine Corps, I done seen I was in the Gulf War, so
Shit, I was
you
out.
know, Highway to Hell and all that. I seen it all.
Yeah, I
You
was out
know,
in
I
Iraq.
watched the first bombings fly over our heads right before the
Oh
war
man,
started. Like that night, all you did was walk outside. All you saw were afterburners flying over inland from the
hell
ocean,
yeah.
going in to make their first bombing runs. And then they were talking about first wave,
Greased up,
80%
bro.
casualties. Oh, I did?
A little bit. It's just for me. I don't you know, I don't think it happens on YouTube, but I think it happened on StreamYard for me. But yeah. But yeah, man. Shoot, when I was in Iraq, I seen the same thing, man. We was on the border of we was in Kuwait and we was on border of Iraq, and they was waiting to breach the thing, and you see them damn grunts, some boys out there in tanks. Like, you see it off in the background, they was getting it in. Boy, I'm talking about, man, they made them boys submit quickly. Like,
Yeah.
man, you see them damn tracer rounds and shit. Just like out there in the background, just getting it in. The boys in the tanks out there was busting their heads out there. And then we seen like the and right next to us, we had an army group. I forgot what they call it, but they had the Patriot missiles, and they was shooting them damn Scud missiles and shit. And them goddamn motherfucking damn, you see them damn Patriots, they automatic. They sense the damn a Scud coming, so they'll just come alive, and the motherfucker just take off. We're like, oh shit!
Mhm.
It's like, hey, look, I was so tired out there, man. I went to sleep. I slept through half the night of that shit, man. Everybody, because they kept screaming Scud attack, Scud attack.
So you were there for the second time around, more so.
I was there for
9/11.
Yeah,
Huh?
9/11.
You did the 9/11. Yeah, I was already out by 9/11, so I remember that day vividly, though, bro. I mean, I was in a car headed toward an office. I was selling for Verizon. Actually, no, it was that morning. I was watching on TV, like so surreal. And then I drove in, and pretty much everybody was in the office. We didn't do anything besides go to the closest bar and watch the rest of whatever was going on.
Man, I was in my bed, man. I was sleeping that morning. I get a phone call. My mom said, telephone. I said, man, I'm like, hey, who the fuck calling me out there early in the morning? To myself, yo, recruiter on the phone. My mom was like, turn on the TV. And then I had seen that shit. I said, what the fuck? About to go to war? That's why going to war. I was like, oh shit. Then I picked up the phone, my recruiter. I said, hey man, you trying to get me to go to war? I said, hell no, man. I said, hell no, dog.
I'm calling that off. Rip that contract up.
Yeah, I've been waiting this shit to leave. You know what I'm saying? The whole summer, I'm waiting. Next thing you know, I get that phone call. I said, hell no, dog. I am not going, dog. You trying? I'm like, he's like, nah, man, you good, man. You motor T, dog. You gonna be chilling in the gear with the rear. That's what he told me.
Yeah, until you found out otherwise, right?
Man,
Motor T, you moving right along with everybody else.
Yeah, that shit was a dope experience. Look, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I was so damn nervous, man. We landed out there in Kuwait, man, and we going to our damn our fob and shit, man. Listen, man, I was four operating base. Anybody know what that means? But man, I was so damn nervous, man. You see nothing but that damn desert, man. I was like, God damn, boy. I'm like,
and it's empty.
Oh man,
it's long and empty.
It's like, damn, then like out there's like a lot of oil fields in Kuwait, and you just see all them just burning off that oil and shit. You see the flames and shit popping up, and I'm like, I'm really not knowing what the hell going on and shit. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers might start shooting at us. Well, I'm nervous, I'm scared. I'm like, God damn, my heart racing. But you know what I'm saying? I didn't feel too bad because I was with my homeboys, you know. So that
right,
like, but we had some dudes, they was just like kind of flipping out a little bit. But like, I was just like, I just had this, I didn't show it, but I had this real nervousness. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy, said them recruiters be big lying. Somewhat, they do lie a little bit. Because I got juiced out of some, I signed for 6 years, my first enlistment. But the bad thing was I was in college. I was in the School of Architecture and Urban Design. This recruiter let me drop out instead of letting me go through ROTC, which was jacked up. He could have still signed me, let me go through ROTC. I signed for 6 anyway. You go through officer candidate school, you signing for 7.
Yeah. So you was an officer?
No, I went in enlisted.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I went in enlisted, but I was guaranteed E7 or E5 by a year and a half. Guaranteed duty station, guaranteed school or MOS, and a guaranteed bonus. I wasn't no boo-boo. I went in understanding, but I didn't realize that I could have went through OCS. That's the only thing I did not realize. But I was pressed. My girlfriend had gotten pregnant. I needed to go and make extra money, but be able to provide for my son. So I dropped out and went ahead and went in.
And when I first came in, man, getting promoted that shit was hard as hell, man. The cutting score was high as hell. And most all the guys I knew, they've been in for like goddamn 10 years. Motherfuckers still a goddamn. Now the one dude, he was in for like 8 years. He's still a damn corporate and shit. And we had like a lot of old school dudes, man, that was like gunnies and shit. They were damn near 18, 19 years, still gunnies and shit. They was kind of like salty. They didn't want to allow people to get promoted. they really kind of judge you hard and shit as far as like pros and conduct marks and stuff like that, and because they just didn't want to see people just get promoted fast, and then the cut score was high as hell too. Cats won't let you go to the rifle range like you're supposed to get your damn points and all that shit. I'm like, bro, y'all, man. My first due session was hell. I did not like it.
Back then, it was real tough for promotions because it took me a while because I picked up rank so quickly. It took me forever to get staff sergeant select, and then after I got out, I noticed, dude, I'm seeing kids that were half my age already like rockers, double rockers. I'm like, what the is going on? Everybody had left, all the MOSs opened up, and then everybody's getting fast promoted. I'm like, yo. You must have got in right. You must have went in right after I got out, which is still was that binding of hurry up and wait. It was so stacked and so many people in that it was slowing down promotions, and the bigger guys weren't retiring. Yeah,
that's how it was. A lot of cats they didn't want to get out. And then when the Iraq shit popped off, like for me, that's when I've been in for goddamn 4 years. I'm still a damn E3. I'm like, god damn. When I went to Japan, that's when they goddamn like sent me to the rifle range. The initial invasion. A lot of people was getting out, so that shit like the damn cut score dropped, and I was like,
started opening up real fast because they need to replace.
Yeah, then cats wouldn't even a year. They was goddamn sergeant. I was like, yo, what the
exactly? How unfair. You don't put your time in. These guys, less than a year, barely got one hash strike on their sleeve, and they already picked up E5.
Yeah. See, my first duty station gave me such a bad taste about the Marine Corps because I was going to do 4 and get out.
What was your first duty station?
I was in Cherry Point, North Carolina.
Oh, see, you stayed on the East Coast, bro.
I was on the wing.
I was the West Coast, and that's what I wanted, avionics. That was supposed to be my guaranteed MOS.
But so a lot of cats, man. So I wasn't like a hard charger because they was just like they were just hating so much. So I was never trying to go up for no meritorious promotion, go up on those meritorious boards and none of that stuff. So, but everything changed when I went to Okinawa, man. It was like everybody was black, everybody was cool. We had a warrant officer as our OIC, and he was dope. He was cool as hell. Dude, he's from the South, had gold teeth and shit. I was like, what the hell? Like this shit, motor pool ghetto as hell. Everybody was black in that joint. Staff sergeant, everybody was black, all the sergeants. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, that shit was dope, man. They was like very embracing. They was doing what they can to help you get promoted and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's always good when you get into a good unit and everybody's cohesive and they're all trying to help you move up, make sure your numbers are right. You know what I mean? So all you had to do was worry about your time and service, time and rank to pick up.
Yeah, they convinced me to re-enlist. How to re-enlist and everything. I'm like, god damn.
They had to convince me I was good. I was actually in the middle of my second enlistment, and unfortunately, my brother was shot and killed. So I did 6, re-enlisted for 4, was in the middle of or close to being in the middle of my second enlistment. My brother was shot and killed. So I said, look, I got 8. I was in Hawaii. I was stationed in Hawaii at the time. I already sent my wife and my kids home because when I re-enlisted for Hawaii as a duty station, so I got to bring my family over. So I had already sent them home. My wife ran up a $3,000 phone bill. The command was looking at me crazy. Like, you can't control your wife. I'm like, bruh, really?
Man, they need to stop.
Right. So I sent her home with the kids, and then my brother got shot and killed. So I'm like, I look at the chaplain. I say, yo, you got 3 days to get me out. And I did 8. I said, I ain't coming back on my mother's last child. I ain't doing it. And I could see the writing on the wall. That was going to progressively. I knew we were going to go back to Iraq. I knew we were going to go back to the Middle East several times. Even then, I knew. And I was like, I can't do that, So 3 days, base general got me out with all my service connections and everything else, and an exit bonus.
Damn, man.
I got taken care of, man. I was a belligerent motherfucker, though. I could tell you that. I didn't put up with no bullshit. I didn't give a damn what you had on your shoulder. If it wasn't in the SOP, if it wasn't a Marine Corps regulation, don't tell me shit.
Yeah, a lot of dudes. that's how my first dude station was. Like, we was young, we wasn't well informed. We had to get caught up on all that shit, man. But they was on some BS, man. And I was like, yo, bro. So I was like, I was hella belligerent.
Bro, but I'm just saying they some of these white redneck, already know there was a lot of rednecks in there. They be trying to get you to wash their car because they got rank on you. They be trying to do some screwy shit to you. And I look at them like, yo, I'm not going for that. You better go get somebody else for that. You know. Mm-mm.
Yeah, sometimes I do wish I would have stayed in, man, because I want to get that retirement check. It would have been nice to get that retirement check on top of my VA check.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I got my service connection up to 100. I just got that about a year and a half ago. So I'm rolling already on 100% service connection.
Yeah, I got it like a few years ago.
Yeah.
I went through an agency though. They was able to help me out because I was doing it on my own, not knowing how to write the shit properly. You know what I'm saying?
I did a little on my own, but the VFW helped me out big time.
Yeah.
Big time. They jumped me from, I think when I went in there, I was only at 40. Within 6 months, I had a really good VFW rep, and he was a Marine too. And I jumped from 40 to 100 within a year.
I think when I first got out, I had 70% when I first got out.
So hell.
I had 70%.
No wonder you got your fast. You were already at 70 coming out?
Hell yeah.
Oh, wow.
Man, I was fucked up, man. I was fucked up.
I was too, but they wouldn't let me claim that shit.
Yeah. And then I think I got myself up by myself, just keep complaining about some of the stuff, and then they'll bump you up. So I think I bumped myself up to 80. Then after
that's the thing, man. They beat it in your head. Unless you're dead, get up and keep moving. And that's so psychological after you get out that you ignore a lot of your pains and your angst. And I deal with a lot of brothers, and that's one of my edicts really is talking about PTSD and helping other veterans. Like I have this buddy of mine. He's a Marine, and he's like an executive with Transamerica. He has over 30,000 agents working under him. He's like a senior level VP, and he had all this shit together. Empty nest syndrome sank in on him. All his kids were done. All the little missions he could put in front of his mind were gone. And that's all he had left was himself and his mind. And all of a sudden, man, he started cracking. Stuff that he had subdued and compartmentalized started coming out. And then he's like, man, I got some problems. I say, yeah.
They really do beat that, that suck it up shit. Because when I was getting out, I was telling, like, I was meeting cats that was like in the army, whatever, and they was like, oh, I said, man, y'all should go to the VA, man. And it was like, oh man, it's nothing wrong with me. I'm like, bro, like, you leaving money on the table, bro. Like, all the shit.
Not only that, right? There is something wrong with you. You just taught to ignore it.
Yeah, I was like, bro, you need to goddamn go to the VA, man.
Yeah,
but hell yeah. But the thing is, I already knew to go to the VA when I was still in, because I was meeting like so I was when I was stationed in DC, Marine Barracks 8th and I, we was on Bolin Air Force Base, and we was on the Navy side, Anacostia, and I used to go to the Air Force Base to work out at the gym because they had better accommodations.
Air Force was like corporate America, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Air Force had the best everything.
Hey, that's the best way to explain it. The Air Force is corporate America, dog. When it between the armed forces, it's like basically a civilian in uniform. They had all the baddies, so I used to go over there to work out.
My boy used to tease me. He goes, "This is the only branch you can go in, and the officers do all the fighting, and you sit back and have the officers fighting." I was like, "Damn, I never even thought about it like that." But they do. All the officers are flight, are the pilots, and the support staff are all you enlisted. They're fixing the planes, avionics wise, all that stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and I met some older cats that was in the Air Force that was getting out. They just, I'm in the sauna, just chilling in the sauna after my workout. And what I'm saying, these cats lacing me with game, man. They been there like, hey, yeah, you know what I'm saying, make sure you do this and that and all that shit. I was like, shit. I'm like, man, like appreciate that, man. Just give me all that game. And I try to pass that shit on to other people, man. Because some people like to hoard information. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, for what? Like, that's enough to go around for everybody. But
right
on that, people be on that BS, man, with hoarding information, which is weird to me. I'm like, bro, you can't get it all. Like, why not help somebody else get it? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And typically I miss the whole thing of having a mentor too. That's another thing I think young men should do. Always try to find your mentor. You know what I'm saying? Especially somebody who's like got something going on for themselves. Don't get a mentor that can leave you down on some negative stuff, but get someone
Right.
who's like positive. You know what I'm saying? Like there's dudes out here that's in these companies just like that guy, like your friend, man. He's a excellent resource to be a mentor to a young brother. So it's people like that you can tap into. That the other white people, they do that shit a lot. I think we're not taught that, not anymore like that. But I always try to tell people, man, especially if a guy, a brother got something going on for himself, man, try to take a young guy under your wing, man. Try to bring him up.
Right. Was it really, Joe? Seems key to get disability as quick as possible. You're right.
Yeah. Shit, man, they gave me back pay. Like the first 6 months, it took them like 6 months. Well, no, I'm wrong. I put my VA claim in 6 months before I got out. So by the time I got out, boom, damn check hit, 6 month back pay. Thought I was balling. I was young at the time. Goddamn, I think it was like 6 grand.
Mhm.
Shit, he couldn't tell me nothing.
No, I've seen some of those checks, man. When they send them back to you, there was one where I always had this redneck gunny man. He used to try to hold back my promotions, and I would look at him arrogant, like, "Yo, don't matter when I pick it up. I'm still gonna get it, and they're gonna owe me the back pay anyway because you're sitting here holding it. Don't mean I'm not gonna get paid for being that person 3 months, 4 months, whenever I get it." Well, when I got out, I appealed with the Navy Board of Appeals, and they paid me like 7, almost 10 grand worth of back pay because he fucked with me that whole time. And it was 3 promotions while I was in that unit that he had held up on me. At least 2 to 3 months, he had let other people get promoted over me, so I could feel like embarrassed that these people were promoted over me, even though we had same time and rank, time and service.
Yeah.
I had a lot of mental bullshit games being played with me because I was that dude that used to fuck with them too. So
Yeah, I remember
fair is fair.
when I got out, I went to college and I was work study at the VA. And man, listen, man, the people at the VA, man, some of those people, man, they are garbage. They're hot garbage. Some of those guys was enlisted, and they, a lot of people that got jobs at the VA used to be enlisted. So, they kind of like transitioned into working for the VA. Some of those dudes is trash, man. I like this one guy was always like not want to give people, saying they disability or approve it. And this
Mhm.
I watch him. I watch people, when you're in the office, you typically watch people, see what they're doing. And this dude, man, would watch. He be watching their fighter pilot videos all goddamn day instead of goddamn working. I said, you lazy motherfucker. Like that shit used to piss me off, man. Sitting there watching him like not doing no work and be goddamn disapproving people shit. I'm like, bro, you don't do shit, dog. Sitting there watching damn fighter pilot videos all goddamn day instead of doing your work. Because you see other people in the office that's actually working, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
This asshole over there, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, this guy.
Yeah, he's right.
So I went to the recruiter office and said, "F that," because could could tell he was full of shit. I found a regular job. Met a guy while traveling who kept getting denied for disability. He finally got it and moved out the U.S. Yeah, man. I'm
I
just
mean, now they're getting faster, more efficient on approvals.
yeah.
But
I think they started. I think
before Afghanistan, the Afghanistan veterans, they got their stuff right away. I knew Vietnam vets that did not get all their stuff. But Afghanistan vets, man, they were walking out with damn near 70, 80%. They would get to their 100 real freaking fast. While all of us that were before them were like, yo, how are these guys getting approved so fast? And we're arguing over every point. And the original Gulf War, you had Gulf War syndrome, which I have, and a whole bunch of other things they knew, but they were just not trying to pay you for them.
yeah.
You know,
They started. I think the VA to introduce AI into that shit too. So I think a lot of stuff starting to get fast track now.
hmm yeah, it's a lot faster now. But back in the day, bro, I like I said, I still know Vietnam vets that were still messing around and weren't getting all their stuff, from Agent Orange and some other things that had happened to them while they were there. You know,
So you
uh,
so So you stationed on the West Coast and Wells in Hawaii?
So I did Camp Pendleton, main side, which is base Camp Pendleton. Then I did my deployable unit on Camp Horno, which is on the backside by San Onofre of Camp Pendleton. That was my deployable unit. So I went from my base unit to a deployable unit, still on the same Camp Pendleton. And I did my 2 floats, which happened to be the Gulf War was the first one. Then we went right back a year and a half later to Kuwait and did some missions there. Did Somalia. So before Somalia broke out, we did the international airport landing. We secured the international airport and let the UN troops move in right along with the Army. Then we pulled out again. And then I did a re-enlisted, and I re-enlisted for Hawaii. So that's when I got my guaranteed Hawaii duty station, so I could take my family over there. Technically, it's considered a overseas duty station.
So Hawaii is expensive.
It is, but there's a certain word to use, and you get a little purple flower on your ID, and you say Kama Aina. So everybody listening, if you say Kama Aina, when you're over in Hawaii, there's 2 different rates. There's a local rate, which is Kama Aina, and there's a tourist rate for everything. There's 2 freaking prices. So if you say Kama Aina, you're going to get a local rate. If you don't say anything, you're going to pay those tourist rates. So yeah, it can be expensive, but I had on-base housing, no big deal. You had the PX commissary, no big deal. So you got most of your food and everything there. And then it was convenient because my wife had a cousin that was engaged to a local Hawaiian chick. And once you know one Hawaiian family, you know them all. And my kids had loose curly hair. They were light skinned. So my kids pretty much blended in. They look Hawaiian. So once I got in with that family and we hung out at a couple picnics and things like that, pretty much that island ain't that big. Oahu ain't that big. Actually they have a perimeter run, which is a 7-man team to run around the whole island. It's 23 point something miles. And it's a 7-man team. You run all night and you run certain legs. I did that too. I was part of that. So they do that every year, an annual perimeter run called, I forgot what it's called. But yeah, once you know somebody there, you're pretty much in. You family.
Oh shit! Right now, man, we got my second super chat, man. We got Keefy D with $1.99. Congrats, my brother, man. If I had a little button,
he's working on it. We both are.
Hey, matter of fact, I think that the little soundboard to be in tomorrow. So I think I might just go try to find some little downloads to add to StreamYard. But man, appreciate that, man. Keith D, man. Appreciate the $2 super chat, man. Thank
yes, sir.
You, man. Yes, indeed, man. That's gonna go towards, improving the content, getting the equipment and stuff like that to give y'all guys a better experience, man.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, it's gonna go towards the travel fund to a portion that gonna maybe like 25 cents and go towards the
you said 25 cents.
25 cents go towards the travel fund.
YouTube got to get their cut too. So
man, hell yeah. I was reading the little guidelines when they first approve you. They was like, oh yeah, you get 70%.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna take their 30. Then you got the taxes. They gonna hit you.
Exactly,
man. But yeah,
and that's a big thing too, man. Just teaching these guys that are YouTubers that are traveling, to write off everything that comes with that content. Mm-hmm. They don't realize that that's all tax deductible. This is a business. Your airlines, your hotel, your food, you have certain percentage of write-offs that you should be writing off. Your content is your proof.
Yeah.
Can't no IRS agent say, well, there's no way you did this. That's it. Go look at my YouTube channel. It's all right there.
Yep. Exactly. But see, think of how much money you really got to make to be able to write shit off. Because I remember when I had my LLC and I first started my business, I bought, computers and all that stuff. And when I wrote that shit off, that shit didn't do nothing. I didn't get nothing back.
It depends if you're going to depreciate the item over a 5-year period, or you're going to take the instant write-off first year. You know what I mean? And then again, it's all ROI. How much did you make versus how much did you spend? You know, so if you spent a lot and you didn't make anything for it, like say I did a cruise. The cruise, I might have spent 3,000 in equipment. The cruise cost $7,000.
Mhm.
You know, with all the extras, the different packages, and then the different excursions. So that's about 7,000 in. Beside for the equipment I brought pre-cruise, I didn't make a dime on that. So is that a profit or is that a loss? That's a loss in my book,
Mhm.
and I can prove it. My numbers did not hit what they were supposed to hit. I'm not monetized. So yeah, I had a good time. I filmed all that, and yes, I spent that money. And it was for the purpose of my content. So
Shout out,
that's a
shout out,
-7. Go ahead.
man. Shout out to my boy, man. 3 Wood E, man. 3 Wood Nation, man. That's my homeboy, man. You know, we ride together and stuff. We got the Can-Am
Okay.
Rikers. We're on 3 wheels, man. Man, shout out 3 Wood E,
Yeah,
man.
y'all one wheel short unless y'all talking about choppers.
Yes, indeed, boy. Who gets it in? That's my boy. He traveled with me, man. I went to me and him went to Colombia, man, during like the pandemic, man. We got it in.
Yeah, some of these dudes don't know how to travel with a buddy. You know, that's something we learned in the Marine Corps. That's why I say a lot of these guys travel by the seat of their pants and they have no experience traveling at all. Where even in the Marine Corps, you always had like a travel buddy, or you knew you had somebody that watch your back no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been traveling solo for years. I could never find anybody to travel with me. You know, dudes scared to get on airplanes and all that stuff, man. So I just kind of got tired of talking to people about it and talking blue in the face, trying to get these dudes to travel. And I think I went to like a motorcycle meetup up there in LA,
You
and
ride bikes?
yeah, yeah, and I ended up meeting this guy, man, and I was telling him about like how I be traveling. He was like, "Man, I'm trying to go somewhere." I was like, "Shit," I'm like, "Let's go to Colombia, man." He was like, "Shit, let's go." So yeah, we've been kicking it since then, man. That's my dog, man.
Even though it's a C, you spelling it with a C, it's a K, comma Ina. But you're close. It's phonetically spelled or sounds like that, but comma Ina. There's an A in there. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. But yeah, it's I be meeting guys. I see a brother out and about. I just like to chop it up. Be like, hey man, like you travel or whatnot. They'd be like, oh nah, I
Mhm.
never been anywhere. I met one guy say he never left California. I said, bro, how you never left California? It's like this dude had to be like he had to be like 35 plus. I
You
said, bro, how you never left California, dog?
you didn't know that
I'm
about
like,
Californians?
I'm like, you never been
Californians
to
don't go
Vegas?
nowhere, bro.
I
They
was like,
don't.
man, I know, man. This one chick I met, she never left San Diego.
That's
And I
what
was
I'm saying.
girl, you crazy. I was trying to get her to go to Vegas. I was like, let's go to Vegas for the weekend. But I was like, man, like shit.
That's about as far as they'll go as Vegas, but they don't go anywhere. Californians don't travel. That's one thing. Every girlfriend I had, I was like, "You ain't never been out the state?" They're like, "For what?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Man, y'all are crazy, man. It's so much stuff to experience in life. To be stuck in one location your whole entire life, man, that's boring as hell. See, I got the travel bug going to see my father's side of the family up there in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And growing up in the country,
How old were you when you first started traveling?
like 9, 10.
There you go.
So when
Yep.
I had my dad, he was scared to damn fly. He was one of them damn dudes. So I had to catch the damn plane to New Jersey by myself, and he caught the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so
Mm-hmm.
like that was a whole experience. That was dope. It was cool. The flight attendants, they
Right.
took care of me and made sure I was good. And
Yep.
just going up to New Jersey, man, going to different parts of New Jersey, Asbury Park, what's the other place I went to? I forgot. Brick City, all those places. New Trenton, Newark, going to all those different places. Just like having fun. I think my first time was going to the beach too. What was that damn beach? I think it was like
Oh, the Jersey Shore Beach that's
yeah,
famous from MTV. I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it.
I ended up going to the beach for the first time. That shit was exciting with my cousins, man. That was fun. I fell out of touch with them, man. Those like the funnest cousins I ever had, and I lost like I don't even remember their names because it's been
Mhm.
so long ago because we didn't keep in contact. I don't remember their names. I don't know where they at, what they doing now. But I had so much fun with them. You know what I'm saying? That summer. Um,
Right.
I wish because that side of the family, I don't really keep in contact with them, but yeah, I wish I can know where they at today. But I had so much fun. Ever since then, I was like, look, they was picking at me because I was country. I going up there. I was saying, I was saying volleyball instead of
Uh-huh.
volleyball. You know what I'm saying? They making fun of me and that shit. And then so when you be around people, all the kids that speak proper,
Mhm.
I go back down south speaking proper. Now they picking at me. They're like, this proper ass.
Yeah. You go away for a summer, you come back talking all kind of proper.
Hell yeah. So they
Mhm.
picking at me and shit. And but yeah, man, that was that put that like I was like shit. I'm like, man, ever since I was young, I said, man, I got to leave this place, man. I don't
Mhm.
know how I'm gonna do it. Cause like a lot of people when I was growing up, they was kind of stuck. Everybody going to the chicken. That was where everybody made money. It was the local chicken plant, or people went up to Procter and Gamble in Albany
Tyson.
to work.
Was it Tyson chicken
No,
back
we didn't
then?
have Tyson. What is Tyson now?
Uh-huh.
They just Tyson bought them out, but it was a different. They had different names. But Tyson recently bought them out. But yeah, they used to make the local chicken nuggets, the McDonald's chicken nuggets,
Uh-huh.
for the local McDonald's. And look, man, my mom used to always come home with big giant bags of like the kind of the rejects, the
Right.
one don't look as pretty. I mean, you still
QC
have some
fails.
nice
The
chicken nuggets,
QC
but
fails. Yeah.
yeah, the QC fails, yeah, but some of them still look decent, but still though,
Hey,
you
they
can
all
tell.
edible. It just
But
ain't pretty.
but yeah, yeah, ever since then, like high school, I said I got to figure it out. And then I was a class clown, didn't want to do my work, always jacking off. One year I almost got left behind, skipping school all the time, going to the club every night because I used to hang out with older kids. So they used to be like, let's go to like 18 older clubs, and I'm damn not going to school on Fridays because Thursday nights was kind of like the night for 18-year-olds. But they really never didn't check no ID. So I used to be like 17, going to the club, partying, and I had to go to summer school to catch back up. So, but then I decided, damn, I want to go to college. I want to leave and get the hell away from here. And they was like, no, your grades not good enough to go to college. Like, you have to go to junior college first, and then you got to work and do all this extra shit. And then you could transfer to a university. I'm like, man, I don't know if I'm trying to do all that shit, man. I'm like, God damn. So the other option was the military. And then one
Mhm.
of my homeboys convinced me to go to the Marines. Say, hey man, I'm going to the Marines. He was older. He said, I'm going to the Marines. And she was like a year older than me. He said, I'm going to the Marines, man. He's like, man, you gonna be my battle buddy and shit. And I was like, man, I said, I don't know about all that shit, bro. And then he convinced me to do it. I done signed up for the damn Marines and shit. And this fool done backed out on me.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, he backed out on me last minute.
Oh, hell to the no.
Yeah, man. And I was like, man, this dude, I was like, fuck it. I said, I didn't have no option. I said, I'm not staying here. So I was like, fuck it. I went by myself. I was like, I'm getting the hell out of here,
I
man.
mean, if you want to go around the world, it's not a bad one to do it in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I think that was the best thing I did, man. It was the best thing I did in my life, man. Getting away from that town, man.
I,
Small country town, man.
I hate to say it, but I'm a staunch advocate that if you don't have any direction in your life, you don't have a trade, you don't have any interest in college, I really believe that America needs to shift to at least a 2 year time and service of military service, like a lot of countries do. Singapore does that. By the time you get done with at least 2 years, you'll have some direction in your life. You'll know what you want to do. You're gonna know how you want to execute it, and you're gonna get it done.
Mhm.
I mean, it's just
I,
me. You
I,
can disagree. I'm just
I
saying
agree,
that's
but I
just me.
disagree. I agree, but I disagree because I believe in it. The whole thing about freedom, being freedom to do what the hell you want to do.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying. I agree. Some people do need that shit,
Mm-hmm.
but some people, military ain't for everybody too. You got to think about that too, man. Because we have a lot of people that get there, they fell out. Listen, if I can make it to the Marines, look, I wasn't like the best physical specimen. Like they're gonna break you down, build you up. So I said, if I can make it through Marine boot camp, anybody can. And then I be hearing about
Man.
the whole the Navy SEALs. I ain't gonna downplay Navy SEAls, but I'm like, shit, I could have been a Navy SEAL if I wanted to. Because I'm
Pretty
like, I
much.
be hearing the stories about how these Navy SEAls that like they struggle to make it through it. I'm like, damn, I'm like, bro, like if I could make it through Marine Corps boot camp, like you know what I'm saying, without
But
an issue. And then that shit, like the initial intake for buzz is not that hard.
mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying? So like, and then I used to hear stories about they say like a lot of guys that lead the Marine Corps, they go to be Navy SEAls, and they's always the head of their class because they come in. Because a lot of times when people go to the SEALs, it's just regular Joes off the streets, and they have to kind of like go through
or
that.
operators from other branches that think they're badass and want to come over. That's the one thing I'd have to agree with you. A lot of people don't realize how hard the Marine Corps boot camp is. You got a lot of alpha freaking males going into the Marine Corps. I mean, you got to be a little off to want to sign for the Marine Corps instead of Air Force or the Navy or even the Army. To even sign a contract to go into the Marine Corps, knowing how long just the boot camp alone is, you gotta have a little couple screws loose already.
That shit,
and
man.
then you got tough competition. None of these dudes are pushovers. I barely saw one fat body in my whole boot camp, and that dude fell back from 3 phases before us. He fell back into our boot camp and still wound up falling back into med platoon again.
Yeah, we had some people like that. We had some guys that was fat, that was struggling. They ended up fell. Some guys got hurt, but they kind of when they got with us, they ended up kind of making it through. But you know you see like I mean you see some weird cats, man, like dudes that's socially awkward, nerd squares. I mean, if they made it through, I'm like anybody can make it through. But I mean, sometimes it has to do with being mentally tough, you know, because
Right.
that shit'll make you want to quit. You know what I'm saying? That's the goal to make you want to quit, man. And we had cats, man. I remember this one guy, I can never forget this motherfucker Lifford, the white dude Lifford. This motherfucker was retarded.
He already sounds retarded just the name alone. What his parents doing?
Hey, this dude looked like a serial killer. He like Jeffrey Dahmer, dog. Had the glasses. He had that weird serial killer look, man. And this dude couldn't march worth of shit. They used to haze the hell out of him. They used to smack his hands because you know how you walk when people walk. He walked with his legs matches down his step. So you know how when you march,
he did the Gomer Pyle, the Lawrence.
Yeah, so your legs, your arms supposed to alternate from your opposite side of your body, but this motherfucker, man, I'm like, bro, how you can't walk? How you can't walk without fucking doing? He's just like,
discombobulated. Oh my goodness.
We had cats, man. Cats, I remember this one cat. I used to feel for him, man. His feet, he had flat feet, and he still made it through. And man, his feet used to be torn up, man. After we used to do the damn hikes, man. Them humps.
Yeah, I got flat feet. I signed up with flat feet, and they let me in.
Yeah, man. They don't supposed to, but they be letting people. They give people.
I don't think you can be drafted, but if you enlist, you're basically waiving the fact that you have flat feet.
Oh yeah,
so they'll take you.
That dude. I mean?
But if you were on the draft list and they drafted you and they saw you have flat feet, no, you wouldn't be able to go in.
Yeah, man. We had this one cat, man. He used to play footballs. You know what I'm saying? I forgot his story, but he was like the Iron Man of our platoon. You know what I'm saying? That dude was that motherfucker was a physical specimen, boy. And he ended up going to special forces and shit because I met him in Quantico one time because I haven't seen him since boot camp, and I just happened to be in the chow hall, and I was like, "Yo, what's up, what?" You know what I'm saying? We chopped it up. I was like, "Yeah." I said, "You probably can do that."
You went Force Marines?
I don't know what. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, yeah. He was no, I think he was recon.
Okay.
Recon. Yeah.
Yeah, we dealt with a lot of recon and your deployable units. You have those units. You have recon, you have Force Marines, you have Navy SEALs. So you bond with all the guys you're going to go on your deployment with. And since I'm in the comms, I knew them all. But yeah,
yeah. I wish I want to do something like that. Marines, the fucking, because they call them Raiders. They Raid Marines now.
Raiders, yeah, rigid Raiders.
Them boys, man. Like People talking about Navy SEALs. People see things them boys don't
Bruh.
get no shine.
I don't know if you can see what it says.
Yeah, I
Right
said,
here it says Raiders of the Lost Ark. Our unit, we were SOC capable. So way before the Gulf War started, we were already in the Gulf running missions. Because you know how we do. 30 days in without anybody saying shit.
Yeah.
So we were already doing all the ship interdictions you heard of before pre-Gulf War in the Gulf of Oman. We were doing those.
Mhm.
You know, so we were already running missions way before the war started. Our basic home port was Subic Bay. We would pull into Subic Bay every once in a while, stay in the Philippines, and then pull back out. And right before the Gulf War, we went to Singapore for New Year's Eve. And then that's when we went back on station into the Gulf, waiting for the start of the Gulf War. But yeah, man, we were running missions way before.
Yeah, man. Like them guys don't get enough respect. Like I think fucking Marines is better than all them motherfuckers, bro. Like Navy SEALs, all that shit. So
The people like Marines ain't shit. Okay, you keep on thinking. There's one thing about a Marine, we kind of enjoy pain. Bruh, we beg to get hit so we can fuck your ass up.
Not me. Yeah,
I had never had a problem with it. Bro. Never.
Hey, but you know what, man? The Marine Corps did unlock. It unlocked, you know what I'm saying, potential that I never thought I had, man. That shit unlocked some shit in me, man.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
I do miss it though. I was talking about.
I loved it. I swear to God, if my brother had not been killed, I would have done 20. I loved it. I literally loved it. Yeah.
Look, I went to DC, and DC, man, they was hating on me. I had a fat staff sergeant that was hater. He been there almost 20 years coming up, and he was still a damn staff sergeant. He was overweight, so they put him on a fat body program. I think I was overweight, but I wasn't. I didn't look like I was overweight because I was 6'2", 225. But the thing is,
that's where I was, bro. 6'2", 225, and they were trying to work on me because I had a skinny neck.
In the fleet, there, too. Yeah,
skinny ass neck, big ass shoulders,
bro. That's a flaw in that body program and shit. Because you know what I'm saying, if you had a thick neck and you was overweight, you could slip through the cracks.
Exactly.
But since I had a skinny neck, man, they was like, you know, like you out of regs. I'm like, bro, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. So he put me on the program with him. They didn't even tell me. You know, I supposed to got promoted. They stopped my promotion, and that shit left a sour taste in my mouth. And I just said, "Fuck this shit, I'm getting out, man."
Yep, I went through the same exact thing. Exactly what you're talking about.
Stayed in. If I would have got promoted, I would stayed in. I was gonna do 20.
I was pending staff sergeant because of that. They would not give me. I was already staff sergeant select. They would not give me my rocker because they were saying I was out of reg because of my height weight requirement on that freaking chart.
Yeah, but the thing is, they didn't even like give me a chance to say, all right, you know, like, all right, man. It was like, okay, we're gonna let you get promoted, but we're gonna, you know, you got to work out. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is, I had gained a little weight because I was in dispatch, and dispatch don't do shit. And they just kind of do what we want in dispatch. So I wasn't PTing as often as I should have. But the thing is, man, if they would have got there, put me in that, if I would have got promoted, then I went to sergeant's course, man. That sergeant's course is gonna get you in shape. You know what I'm saying? They go, you know what I'm saying? So they kind of they screwed me over. See what pissed me off is my master guns didn't fucking give me no warning because I thought he was cool. Black dude, thought he was cool. Then we had a captain. He didn't say nothing about it. He the one that was like giving me the little praise and shit. It was like, hey, you know, you about to pick up sergeant. You know what I'm saying? You got this new responsibility. But like basically give me the talk. I said, all right, no problem, Cap. And then next thing you know, they had because I had a homeboy that worked in the admin. And he was like, hey man, got your promotion warrant. I was like, oh yeah. Then next thing you know, come around, it's like, hey, no promotion. I was like, what the fuck? It's like PT. I say PT. Next thing you know, fat ass staff sergeant, hey, you PTing with me. I said, man, what the fuck? He was zesty too. He thought you PTing with me. I said, man, what? I said,
PTing with your fat ass.
yeah. We both on fat body program now. I said, man, bro, I'm not fat, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm just a
I
goddamn few
just got a
pounds over
skinny
goddamn
neck.
weight.
No,
Yeah,
you weren't
man.
overweight. You just had a skinny neck. It had nothing to do
No,
with your
no,
weight.
no. For me, I had to be 215 was my max. I was 10 pounds overweight.
I was 225 too, bro, and I know they were pressing it, but if your neck equaled out what your height and weight measurement would have got rid of that 15 pounds.
But see, the thing is, if I was in the fleet they wouldn't have said nothing about that shit. It was just at Marine Barracks. They wanted a certain look. They wanted Marines to be super slim and trim. I was still slim though,
Right.
but you know they want a certain look. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
there's a magnifying glass for that unit because they got
Coming
you
out
guys,
right there. We're in the coming out's
yeah.
backyard.
Wasn't everything like tailored, even the shirts, to where they were like skin damn tight?
Oh, hell
Almost.
yeah, man. Everything was tailored, man. Like uniforms, like we didn't have to pay for uniforms to get pressed, dry clean, all that shit. All that shit was taken care of. And the coolest thing, I used to love wearing the dress whites, bro. Man, I used to be so fly and the dress whites, and we used to do parades and shit, man. All the
And
hoes.
did you get to go to any of the
all the-
balls and stuff that they put on? Because they had the baddest uniforms for the balls, man.
Yeah, we had the white pants, dress whites. Yeah, I went to the ball and shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
man. I
man.
never had dress whites on. I used to drool over those Marine Corps dress whites, man. Those suckers are sharp.
Hey, the ball in the in DC is always extravagant because we was always in the nice ass hotels and shit. It's like in the fleet, man. I remember when I was we had our ball in the damn air hangar.
Yeah.
And then I think in Japan, I forgot where we had our ball at, but it was like it wasn't nothing special. But like when you in DC, man, you going to like the Hyatt, places like that, the Hilton having goddamn parades and shit, the Marriott, man. I mean, you having the balls, man.
And you probably had the Marine Corps band playing for you guys for
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man. I had to drive the Marine Corps band around them. They're a bunch of civilians, and they don't get the same insignia as Marines. They get the you know what I'm saying, the chevrons and the rockers, but in the middle it's like a little harpy and shit. These motherfuckers be acting like they wear Marines and be talking to you crazy.
Bruh.
I said you'll sit your ass down, motherfucker.
Bruh, I'm not gonna
you crazy.
I shit you not. My recruiter tried to put me in the Marine Corps band. I played drums all throughout high school, all through I was a kid. So he knew I played music. He goes, "You can join the Marine Corps band." I'm like, "Man, what the hell do I look like going in the Marine Corps to play band?
Look,
what am I gonna get when I get out?" He goes, "You can go work for AC/DC." I said, "Man, do I look ignorant?"
No, they got two different type of the band. So they got the Marine branch, Ashland Marine. That's the drum and bugle. You know what I'm saying? And then they have like the civilian side band, and they perform at the White House, and they do like a lot of orchestras. They do that. They do the symphonies type shit.
Oh, okay.
And so they kind of get the same rank. But I think they when they because they civilians basically, that
so they would be GSs instead of Marine Corps,
and they start off at E6s.
What?
So it's like E6s on up, yeah. So they rank, you know what I'm saying. So they might have like the same as the staff song, but in the middle it's like a little harpy, like a harp. So that's their ranking sitting. And some of the people, they cool, you know what I'm saying? They just like regular civilian. Hey, I'm just, I play in the band. But you have some guys that actually think they fucking Marines and shit, and they be like talking to you crazy. To also, hey, go dog. I say, hey, bro, you gonna sit your ass down, because my master gun said, hey, if them fucking he said, if them motherfuckers talk to y'all crazy, you got to have them come talk to me. but since he told me that shit, I used to talk to some of the dudes crazy. But it was some dudes that was kind of cool. You listen to them like, all right, I got you. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes they be trying to tell you how to do your job, or like they try to tell you to drive somewhere else, but they'll tell us, hey, you drive this certain route. But you're like, oh, they'll be like, go that way, it's better. Hey, Devil Dog, I told you. I'm like, man, hey, bro. I'm like, bro, sit your ass down. I be talking to them crazy. Like, that's why I used to get a lot of trouble too. I used to like, sit your ass. And they was like, you can't be talking to a staff NCO. Like, bro, you're not a real staff NCO, motherfucker. You come in this motherfucker E6 rank, dog. I said, you auditioned for this job. You auditioned to be a fucking
he said you auditioned. You
yeah,
go
they got the audition.
audition.
They have to audition, bro. They have to audition for that shit, man. To be the band, like the civilian side of the band.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't realize that, but yeah, he tried to literally. He was trying to recruit me for the Marine Corps band. I was like, no, man, I ain't doing that. I'm gonna go in the Marine Corps. I'm going in the Marine Corps to do some shit.
Yeah. And then the
I said
Marine
I
Corps
wanted to
band
be
is
an
kind of like
avionics tech.
the Marine Corps band. They kind of like basically just think about they kind of like the HBCU version of that side of it. That they playing drums and horns and shit, and they you know what I'm saying.
And that's what I did. I was in marching band. I played the tri-toms. I played those drums. You know what I mean? So that's why he's like, you'd be perfect fit for that. And I'm like, no, I ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, usually a lot of times the drum and bugle they performed at the parade and shit, at the parades and all that stuff, and then like the civilian side they played at the White House and shit. So we had to I used to go to the White House all the time. And
how was that?
They wouldn't let the drivers in. We had to sit down and we had to sit and wait for them at the bus. You know what I'm saying, to do their thing. Or it might be like they might have something small, so it probably they might be in the van. We have a van.
You get to access the food though, right? You got to like
hell no,
White House food, right?
No, I was parked on the side of the road outside the White House, not inside the White House.
Oh hell, they wouldn't even let you in the street. Gate?
Man, they wouldn't let me. Oh hell no, man. The band they had to walk in. They had to walk into the security gate, man. Hell yeah, man. I had to.
That's fucked up. They wouldn't even let you in. You're a Marine.
Man, I'll park that thing and go to sleep, dog. Park that sleep, go to sleep, and wait for them to come out. I got a lot of sleep, man. Waiting for these fools.
That's funny.
So sometimes we get to go to New York, drive up to the Waldorf Astorium, and you know what I'm saying, we should get like, it depends on how long that shit is. We can go tour the city. Some of that stuff was fun too. Drive with the Phillies.
A lot of free time. Yeah, you had a lot of free time. Motor T's is sitting waiting for them to get done with whatever concert or whatever they were doing.
Bro, that's the whole thing about Motor T, man. Hurry up and wait. Like,
literally, hurry up and wait. Man, that brought back some memories, bro. Some memories. I've done some jacked up stuff. You don't understand, man. I could have been written up, lost my rank so many times, bro. I ran the border in TJ. I'm not trying to confess online, but I mean, I've done some crazy, outlandish shit, you know, and gotten clean away with it.
Me too. You know? I had some good people looking out for me.
Yeah, I did too. I had some real good staff sergeants and some gunnies that looked out for me. My first sergeant loves me. So even though I had that redneck of a company platoon commander, the first sergeant and the captain for the company liked me. So he would give me a hard time. I would go in there after. I mean, the gunny literally sent me to the company commander's office like I was in high school. Like, go to the company commander's office. I said, what? We in high school? You sending me to the principal? Everybody would laugh. You know, I go in there, first sergeant looking at me like I was a corporal then. Corporal Foster, what the fuck did you do now? Why'd I gotta do something? He goes, I already know you did something. What the hell did you do? And I told him, I said, Gunny tried to say I had a mustache hair out of place, and I challenged him during the inspection. He didn't like that shit. He said, what? I said exactly what I said. So I stood at attention, let him run up, inspect me. He looked me up and down. He goes, you squared away. I said, look at my mustache. Is there a hair out of place? Because I know I trimmed this motherfucker this morning. And he said, no. He said, going back to your unit, man. I'll take care of Gunny. So Gunny used to get pissed off with me. I'll be walking out the office. He's looking at me like, where you going? I said, first sergeant wants to talk to you. I'll see you later. And go back to my unit. You know what I'm saying? He was like, what the hell? And the thing that really pissed him off was he tried to make everybody shave their mustaches off. I said, oh, hell no. I said, the only person that set a grooming standard like that is a battalion commander. You're not the battalion commander. So you can't tell me to go shave my mustache off. You can tell me where I have a hair out of place, but you can't give me a direct order to shave my mustache. Hell no. So everybody else ran in like sheep and shaved their mustaches. I refused. So he reformed the platoon back up, started inspecting from the third squad, and I'm first squad leader. He gets to me very last, looks at me. Corporal Foster, didn't I tell you to shave your mustache? I said, Gunny, you can't tell me to shave my mustache off. So until you can tell me where I got a hair out of place, I ain't doing shit. Everybody in platoon's like, oh shit, there you go again, man.
I used to rock low fade all the time, and they hated that shit. I'm like, bro, my shit in regs, bro. Like, I was like, I ain't wearing a high and tight. That shit don't fit me, bro. I never rock the high and tight.
Now I was in the 90s, so you had that high top fade.
It was different for
Back
y'all.
then. Yeah, we had the high top fade that was going on, and a lot of us was trying to rock that 3 inches to the max.
Yeah, no.
Bro,
Hey, what hilltop travel at, man? He said he's gonna come in. That shit was like damn near almost 2 hours ago, man. Where you at, bro? Hilltop Travels.
Drew done walked up in the house and gave you something, man.
Hey, yeah, man. What's up, man? What's up, Drew, man? Goddamn, Drew hit me with the $9.99 super chat, man. That's my third super chat for the night, man. It's a celebration. Your boy just got these super chats unlocked, man. Appreciate you, man. Drew says, salute, bro, and get in the bag. Uh Goomy standards.
Exactly.
Oh shit, man. Appreciate Drew, man.
I don't know,
Thank
Drew.
you,
I
man.
think Drew is military. I think he is. He
Yeah,
needs to step
Drew's in
up,
the
man.
Army. If I'm wrong, no,
Yeah.
Air Force.
Oh, okay. I got a couple boys in the Air Force, man. Y'all cool.
Yeah, Drew.
Y'all
Man.
always had the best bases and always the best child.
Man, what?
Damn.
Listen. Look, I was stationed in Cherry Point, and we had Seymour Johnson up. Seymour
he's the
Johnson
Air
up the
Force.
road. Yeah,
Mhm.
Seymour Johnson was up the road, and that was my first time. They was like, "Hey, we need you to go do this run with the Seymour Johnson." Man, listen, that was my first time seeing a baddie in the Air Force. I'm talking about this girl was so beautiful, man. She looked like Halle Berry. She had the short hair and everything. She looked like she wasn't mixed, but she had that nice skin tone, and her hair was kind of curly. It was smelling good. She was looking. I'm talking about she was fine in her uniform. I was like, you know when a motherfucker fine and she in a uniform looking good. Man,
Mhm.
oh my! I was so nervous. I didn't even holler at her. I was so nervous because you used to in the Marines, you used to be around these, you know what I'm saying? These butch looking chicks, you know, these hard motherfuckers.
WMs, the notorious WMs.
Yeah, WMs like with the gel, like the hair. Oh my god, they used to have man
Stiff as hell by the time they get home.
yeah. Their hair looking stiff and shit, and you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers don't know how to do their hair because it's like, but like in the Air Force, they was kind of more lax on their grooming standards. So them girls, man, they be looking fly. They be like, they just left the salon type shit. You be like, damn, this girl, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Looking good, smelling good, wearing that uniform
Good.
just right.
Look, I can't remember a WM smelling good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least when I was in, but when I got out, you know, when I first got out, they busted because they had like a lot of fine ass female Marines coming in. Like for some reason, like after I got out, like all the damn baddies started going in. I don't know why, but you know, they got busted for they got busted for having like these little private Facebook groups where they was getting money. They was stripping, wearing like
Dude,
in a
that's
uniform.
always been going on. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That's always been going on. Even when I was in, that was going on, man. Chicks, WMs were selling pussy. Bruh, I'm sorry. I don't want to get you demonetized. But yeah, they were selling that thing on the third deck or fourth deck, depending on how tall the building was. They always had the top floor.
Hey, one girl almost got me hemmed up.
You said across all branches. Drew was agreeing. They all selling. They all come in, they sell, and then they wind up getting pregnant so they can get out.
Ain't none of the girls try to text me though. But one girl got mad. I had this one girl in my room one time, and I kicked her out because she wasn't trying to do nothing. I said, man, you gotta get the hell out of here. I'm like, you gonna waste my time. She just want to hang out and shit. I'm like, you're not hanging out, wasting my damn time. She got mad, and then when it goddamn said I tried to grape her, dog.
No, she didn't say that.
Yeah, she was in her feelings. She was in her feelings about that shit. But the thing is, it was a female. I think she was a staff sergeant, Gunny.
Oh, so she outranked you. She messed up.
No. The girl, she was an E3. She was
I thought she was a Gunny.
No, but the lady. Let me get to the story. The lady that was in charge of the, you know what I'm saying, the admin. She went to go tell her, and you know, once she started pressing and shit, you know, that shit went away. It wasn't even nothing like. It was just kind of like, hey, bro, we got some accusations, and then it just went away because I guess she, like, you know, she told her she was lying and shit, or whatever she said. She explained to, because I didn't get the whole story, but it was like basically like, you know what I'm saying, it was some, she knew she was on some bullshit. So I guess she probably asked her what happened, because I don't know, she didn't lie, to the point where she's like, oh, he forced himself on me type shit. I guess she probably like just said whatever she like I probably he told me to get out of some shit, and then she's like, get out here with my office with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that shit ain't cool for her even to do that shit, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit ain't cool at all. I'm like,
Chicks
bro,
will
look,
try to hem you up.
listen, bro, I never had a problem with getting chicks, man. What the fuck I look like forcing myself on somebody? Like,
That's what I'm saying.
man, look, I was in chicks throwing that shit at me, man. Like, what the fuck I look like?
I ain't never had no problems either. That's why I was like,
especially in DC. Shit, man, DC was just.
Man, I'm from Baltimore. What you mean? And DC has some fine chicks, bro. I'm talking light skin, green eyes, gray eyes. Fine.
Look, DC, man, had a nice mixture of everything. They had like the Latin chicks, they had all the different types of African chicks. You got your Black American chicks. You know what I'm saying? So it was options out there. I had I smoked this Panamanian chick one time.
Look at Drew. Read Drew shit.
Drew, I say my chief cousin was doing that in Iraq. She was in the army and made a killing tax free until she got busted. The rumor was she banked 90K. Oh my God, she made 90K selling.
Damn.
God, hey, look, I heard of Navy chicks. They be getting in on the ships, boy. They be getting in.
I bet they go all the way up to the top. I bet you they go all the way up to the top too. Captain, it was a chief, everybody.
It's a chief, the one that told me about it. He's like, man, he said the girls in the Navy on the ship, they gets it in.
And I bet you the finest one gets the captain.
Man.
Imagine you got on board pussy. Oh my God, stop. Let me shut up. I'm gonna get you demonetized right off the top, man.
Listen, man, when I was stationed in North Carolina, Navy chicks throwing at you. Like, cause they, they like Marines and shit. Cause like the barracks, the Navy barracks was like the right next to ours, like as our barracks, and then right, like not even a couple of steps away on the side, because it was shaped like the barracks kind of shaped like a square. You know what I'm saying? You had barracks on all sides, and then all the Navy chicks in that one barrack. I had this one thick ass white chick in the Navy. Oh my God. Walking distance. I had to just walk out my room to her room. Cause they like these girls, they love goddamn Marines and shit. They love the bad boys. You know how that in the armed forces. So even like when I went to Okinawa and I was meeting all these Air Force chicks. Yeah, old boy fell off, man. I'm waiting till you come back up. I damn got to tell him about this story about the Air Force chicks. I'm gonna drop the link again. Hey Drew, if you want to come up, man, you can come up, bro. No, that's what's called a YouTube channel. My bad. I thought I still had it copied. Yeah, that's the link right there in the chat. If Drew, you want to pull up, Ronan, pull back up if you can. I don't know what happened, but you got that. You got that. So you got that jank ass internet out there in Texas, man. There you go. He's back. Yeah,
man. I did the wrong thing. I was pushing a button like I was trying to go live with your live, and I did something messed up and wound up getting kicked out.
Yeah, there's a so you know how girls are in the U. They like bad boys and shit. So the Marines kind of like, if you tell a chick in another branch that you're a Marine, automatic. Like when I went to Okinawa, there was like a lot of dudes out there wasn't messing with the American chicks because everybody was trying to holler at the Japanese chick because dudes want to try something different and new. I seen there was a market. I was the plug, man. I was the plug. Hey,
literally, figuratively, and literally, I was the plug.
Man, I used to go on the Air Force base with my uniform on purpose just to holler at chicks. And then you go to the E Club. They didn't want to let you go to the E Club over there.
I bet they jealous.
Yeah, man, they was hating. They like, if you showing your ID, they're like, nah, you can't go in. But I used to park a lot, pimp it, snatch all the bad Air Force chicks. I'm talking, I had dime pieces. Like, look, I ain't gonna lie, I never had bad dime pieces before that. Before I went to Japan, like I used to smoke like average chicks, you know what I'm saying, around the way, every duty station. Sometimes I catch one every now and then when I was in North Carolina. But like the baddies, when I went to Okinawa, I smoked some of the baddest Air Force chicks because you know nobody was rocking with. I'm talking about from E3 to E7. Man, I was staying at this one chick. She was on E7. I was staying in her crib because she had her own crib out of town in Okinawa.
Oh wow.
Yeah. She's always come pick me up, and we go to her crib, and because she didn't want to be seen with me, because she was like, I ain't trying to get in trouble. So we should just go to the crib. I used to go stay the night with her and shit, and we do our thing all night. We watch TV and chill, or she'll order something to eat. Well, you know what I'm saying, or she'll cook. So man, listen, I was like, I was young. I was like 21. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was doing it. Man,
I love it. That shit is perfect, man.
I used to catch me a cab to Kadena. And just, you know what I'm saying, just scoop up chicks, man.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't tell nobody I was doing that shit, so I was hoarding all the girls because all the dudes, they was going out check. Because for some reason, man, I couldn't pull no Japanese chicks when I first got there. Like they was just not fucking with me, man.
Really?
Yeah, man. And then I found out you had to be goofy and lame to pull the Japanese chicks because like they be, Japanese girl, they feel like their minds are like teenagers and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
with the anime and all that other stuff.
Yeah, like we're, you know what I'm saying, socially awkward and shit. But some of them be freaks out there. You'll catch a freak every now and then. But they be down to get it in anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, especially you get one because they ready to explore everything that they fantasized about from watching whatever they were watching.
Yeah. Man, I miss some Japanese chicks, man. Then when I came back to the US trying to pull Asian chicks, nothing. That shit was not happening. Like, I cannot pull no Asian Americans. Like, them motherfuckers racist.
That's because the Asian chicks are all about. I think I was on BMT's channel today talking about that. Asian chicks, especially Americans, only want blonde hair, blue eye, white boys.
Mostly.
That's their standard.
But some dudes be like, oh man, you insane that you can pull. Like, look, I don't want no ratchet ass Asian chick, man. Like, a lot of times the girls in San Diego that really mess with black dudes, you can just see the way they look and they dress. You know, they just they've been ran through.
They below my standard at that point. Nope.
I want me a goofy ass Asian chick, a cute goofy Asian chick. That's what I want, man. But
so, I got one, but she ain't goofy. She just way out the way, man. She out of way province girl in the Philippines. Out of the way.
I had a Japanese chick that was living in my apartment complex when I first moved in. She wasn't trying. I was trying to holler at her. She was being weird and shit. Then next thing I seen her with a white dude, I was like, oh man. Then I noticed, like, sometimes like when I have like interracial couples that move into apartments, usually with a white dude. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, but I was like, man, fuck that. But I go to Asia, I get my fix though, because when you over there, man, they be trying to holler at you. Like, it ain't no problem when you over there in the country, but like here in the US, they don't be
they're Americanized at that point. All they want is white boys.
Yeah. Because listen, when I was in Japan, oh my God, that when I came back from that deployment from Thailand, it was game over. I cracked the code, it was game over.
But I almost left a kid in the Philippines during the Gulf War. I was so glad she had an abortion. Man, I would have had one, and I was married at the time.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't know if you're gonna live or die. So I'm like, yo, what am I holding back for?
She said she could have been looking at you as like a meal ticket.
She could have very much so. But yeah, she wound up dropping the kids. So I was like happy to hell to hear that, but I was a little disappointed. But I was married at the time. It wasn't like I was about to break off everything I had going on in the States, because we kept on going back to Subic Bay, waiting for the Gulf War to start. I had a constant piece of ass.
Yeah, man. I miss Japan. I miss it. I had one Okinawa chick. She came to see me when I was stationed in DC. She signed up for that nanny program. For them rich white people and shit.
Au pairs.
She was an au pair. She was an au pair. Yeah, she came to kicked with me for a little bit. Took her out on the city, show around and shit.
Tagged it up a little bit.
Hey, yeah, in the motor pool, right in the motor pool, because she used to come to the base. So I said, I don't care, I ain't in no more. Like I used to.
That's a Marine right there, bro. He said right in the motor pool. Fucking just
listen, I I used to be the dispatcher on the weekend. And like
Right.
on the weekends, basically I ain't had nothing to do but watch TV all day. You know what I'm saying? If it's like nobody wasn't having the runs out, I'm chilling at the motor pool, bored as hell. And you know what I'm saying? She used to come through. I used to goddamn lead the what you call it, the motor
The
pool. I lock
desk.
that bitch down, go to
Mhm.
the gate, pick her ass up, bring her to the motor pool, be there chilling, knock her ass back on that couch. Yeah, a lot of y'all dudes used to sit on that couch. Think I was fucking on that couch. Dude sleeping on that couch. I used to,
And every time you walk by looking at that couch and him sitting on that couch, like, yeah, oh man.
I
If you
blessed
knew what that couch knew.
Yeah, man. I was a wild boy back in the day, man. I had me a
Man,
motorcycle
that's
station,
a true
a
Marine right
motorcycle.
there, bro. Man, we do some outlandish stuff and don't even care. I swear to God.
Yeah, man. Those are days, man. That's why I say I missed it, man. I was like, oh man. Yeah,
It's
boy. I wish I
addicting.
could.
Once you get used to it, the life, it's addicting. It can be very addicting, thrill addicting type of lifestyle, really. You know.
Yeah. It was just the whole environment was just different. Even just like come back to civilian life, even just traveling around the world, man. Just like it's just nothing like it, man. Just being in the military, man.
I always attribute it to like the world standing still. You go home and it's like nothing changed. They still doing the same shit on the block.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing it, but you're going 1,000 miles a minute while you're gone. So when you get there, I get bored, man. I could never stay home longer than 2 weeks.
Me too.
And sometimes it was less than that. I can only go home for a week. It was so freaking slow to me. I could not stay at home.
When I first joined, I was homesick. So I used to go home a lot. And then when I went to Japan that whole year, I didn't want to go back home. Like even one time I went home, I was supposed to be there a week. I left after 2 days. I ended up buying an early flight to leave because it was so boring. Nobody wasn't doing that. There was nothing to do. I was like, man, I said, Mom, I was glad to see you, but I got to go. I got to go. I got to get back to DC. It's boring as hell.
Yeah, the pacing of your life kind of speeds up during that time, and it's like nothing compares to it. Once you get out, it's like the air brakes get put on, and kind of slow down a little bit. And I'm like,
I was always a big fish in a small pond. I had to get the hell out of there.
I know how you feel, bro.
Man.
I know how the feeling is. How many likes you got? Well, you got 7 likes. Only 4 in the room. It keeps fluctuating. Got a couple you got a couple hits on your Cash App. Celebrate your monetization.
Hell yeah. Appreciate
You ain't doing
guys,
bad, man.
Appreciate these guys, man.
I can't wait.
Yes,
But like I said, now that I got my PC and my internet situation going on, you said I lagged a little bit today, but and I can see that I'm running a ping test right now.
I think it's more with
the ping test.
I think it's the StreamYard because I know when I'm on other people's panels, and sometimes when they talking, the little things start circling. Like it's plenty of times where you was talking and I didn't know what the hell you were saying. So I just kind of like, hopefully I caught most of what you were saying towards the end. But yeah, it's just like I don't know. I don't know if it's like my internet, your internet, or just like the whole something with the software. I don't know, but
yeah,
you're doing it right now. I can't even see you right now. Now you back.
Oh, really? And I just finished running my test too, and my test is at 9:45 down, 40 up.
I think really it might be StreamYard because on YouTube I don't see that cutting out because I'm looking at the playback. I don't see it cutting out like that. So
yeah, I don't see it cutting out either, and that's what I normally do after I get off somebody's live. I'll go back and look at the playback for my broadcast to see if I was lagging or if I was stepping on somebody talking, and I judge myself from that if I stepped on somebody while they were trying to make a point because they didn't know that I had not been done or whatever. So
I had I had somebody watching me earlier. I had like 2 people watching me for a little bit, and I was
Oh,
asking them.
I'm on my phone right now watching us too. So
Okay, no, I'm talking about earlier. It was like earlier when I first got on.
mhm.
So I was trying to figure out. I said somebody. I'm like, just drop a chat, man. Let me know who checking
That
in.
was
And I
me.
think somebody. Oh, it was you. Oh,
Yeah, I was on my
that's
other.
called hate watching.
I was on my. I was on my other login. I'm also Alex, aka Frosty. So I was on my other login. Then when I said I'm gonna go, I did that on my phone, but I was also on my TV. So I was watching you twice on 2 logins.
But yeah, man, I do appreciate whoever's checking in, watching. I think it's probably just me and you right now. I was
Yeah,
expecting
I'm logged in and you logged in, so that's 2 bodies. 2 hours and 30 minutes in, bro. So you
somebody
did
just
good,
came
man.
in.
First live, they popped. Yeah, it went up to 4 for a second, then it
Now,
dropped back down.
I've been doing lives for like 3 weeks, man. I was doing them Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Yeah, I remember you did one about a week ago,
Yeah, this is my
a couple
first
days
live
ago.
doing getting
But I
super
think I
chat.
jumped on somebody else's live right after yours. I watched yours, but then I jumped on somebody else's live too. So y'all be stepping on each other, man. I know too many people now. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah, I
saying?
know a lot of people be going live at the same time, man. You know,
Right. Y'all be
they
stepping
already
all
got their
over each
base.
other. Right.
It's all good though. But I still got to get it in some kind of way. You
I
know,
know.
people
You got to
they
plan around
way
that.
back.
Like we need like a TV guide type of format. You know, people fill in the gaps of what times they're gonna be on, so y'all don't overlap.
Two
You know
hours.
what I mean? Right. 2 hour slots, different time zones and different time brackets, and then it'll be a smooth transition. People will jump from one live. You tell them to go watch the other live. It's coming up next, and then we all support each other and run up the numbers.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that'd be dope because I do want like some people to come over and participate. You know, I like participation, man. You know, I like to give back to my supporters and because I never intentionally meant to go live. I did it because I was coming up, what I'm saying, on my year mark, and I didn't want to lose a lot of time where I didn't get to the mark that I wanted to, as far as like trying to get monetized and all that stuff. So
Right.
I was trying to run my watch hours up, but when I first started off, I was doing 3 days a week, but I think I might just pull back to maybe like once or twice a week, um, because that shit, man. I'm not used to talking that much, man. It's kind of hard
Mm.
trying to talk about stuff, man. And
I mean,
'cause
get Opus, use Opus Clip, get some it'll pull out the most um high end statements that were made during the live, and you just run those on your YouTube channel and get your play hours in on those from
yeah,
your
that's what I'm
lives.
doing. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
doing that too. I'm doing it on some of my old content. Some
Hmm.
I've been using that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited that my internet's working well enough that I can start participating and doing some lives too. So I definitely invite you onto my channel, and we can talk about, like, you say you're into programming, you know,
Uh,
right? Is
yeah,
that what you
yeah.
do?
Now I'm a artist,
What kind of artist?
environment artist for games.
Okay. That's how does that relate to programming, or is that like, do you do that remotely?
Now program is all coding. I don't
Right.
type in the code. All the art stuff is all software that you use to do 3D modeling,
Oh, okay.
texturing
Kind of
software.
like CAD software type of thing,
Yeah, similar to that.
similar to
Yeah,
that.
it's similar to that. Same concept.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, you kind of just go about it a different way because when you're doing stuff with games, CAD stuff is like you working with millions of what I'm saying, polygons and stuff like that, and games can't handle that stuff. So with the modeling software, you kind of have to do it in a way, in a more optimized way. It's a different approach. Like, I mean, if you're doing like highlight reels and stuff like that, then you can get
Hmm.
easy with it. But with games and stuff, you really have to do it in an optimized way. Then they got texture and software. You build environments and stuff like that. The whole environments with people playing games. That's what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you like run through like you already know about like Unreal Engine and all these different program background or software programs that run all the backgrounds and the action and all that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know I do some like I do like visual scripting. They got shit called visual scripting where you instead of writing the code, you attach it to like these graph nodes and you can get stuff to work basically just without doing all the coding. You just
Mm,
gotta understand the logic behind it.
right.
Yeah, man.
I
Coding.
kind of get it because back in the day, I used to do HTML coding. Then it went to WYSIWYG. So I used to program websites way back when websites needed to be programmed. And then it went to WYSIWYGs, and that got easier, and then it gets easier, and then So it sounds like it's something similar to the next generation of coding for you guys instead of having to type it all out line by line. It's more visual
You,
cues, like you said.
you still have that stuff under the hood. But like you can now how Unreal develop their game engine is like
Hmm.
it's basically easy for like artists to get into it. Then now you have a whole avenue called tech artists. Those guys they kind of like between the artist and the coder. They,
Hmm.
they can handle a lot of. I mean, you can handle like a lot of tasks on your own versus what I'm saying dealing with a coder. So a lot of times you still have coders because they still have to embed stuff and do stuff from scratch to get custom things made and stuff like that. So, but
Now,
like
to get, do you have to have a degree to get that, or do you can just know how to do it and get like a decent
so,
job?
yeah, that's the thing about. I mean, now stuff changes. A lot of companies they want you to have like. I mean, you can get in as a beginner, as a junior artist. Some places it depends on how talented you are or who you know. But typically, a lot of places now they want you to have like an entry like degree now because everything shifted to that. Because now, before then they didn't really have programs for game design, but now since they got a lot of game design programs, they typically want you to have that if you like a if you don't have any experience.
Hmm.
Um, if you're talented enough, you get lucky, somebody hire you. But typically not most studios they don't even want to hire no junior people. They'll be like, oh, you got to have like two ship titles or some shit like that. You got to have worked on something. Sometimes you be like, damn, how the fuck I'm gonna have this shit, bro, when I don't have the experience?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, give me a chance so I can gain experience.
It's damn near like you got to write your own program to actually get two ship titles before they could even say you have the experience because ain't
Yeah,
nobody gonna give you no shot.
because like how the industry was growing, they had a lot of cats that went to school for traditional art and they kind of
Mhm.
learned how to get into the game development side of things. So you had like this span as companies grew. You had a lot of people that probably worked on games in the past that had the experience. So that's why they had that requirement where it's like, all right, so you got to have at least X amount of ship titles under your belt, what I'm saying, for us to even consider hiring you and shit. But now, when they started schools started having these programs, these art design programs, then they started pulling from, you know, that pool of talent.
Right.
Because I remember
Is
shoot
that like a
one
digital
time
nomad type of thing, or do you have to kind of be
you
in a
can,
certain area?
yeah, you can be a contractor. Now a lot of stuff is online now. A lot of companies are hiring. They're having a job posting saying that hey, you can we hire remote workers. A lot of times back in the day, you had to be on site, but now you can everything is online, so everything is fast, so you can
Did
work
that
from home.
did that change because of the pandemic? The people got more comfortable with allowing it to be outside of the studio more so than before pandemic, pre-pandemic type
Yeah,
of thing?
yeah. Pre-pandemic, it was a little bit of it. So a lot of times when they did outsource stuff, it was like typical to a small studio, people who specialize in certain stuff.
Mhm.
But now shit, they noticed that people can work home in the pandemic, so everything is online. Because typically, like they used to have meetings all the time. Because I interned at Sony, and they used to have a lot of meetings and stuff. Whereas like you had to be there. Even like I met some guys that was contact. They was contract workers. They wasn't actual employees. They had
Mhm.
they had to be set up in their own little space. You know what I'm saying? So, but now everything is online now. So shit, you can work from home. You could be a digital nomad. But to
Hey,
be honest,
you got
man,
you got a guy from John TM?
Oh
B.
yeah, that's my guy, man. He's always checking me out, man. I always appreciate this guy, man. B John Bain. He
Mhm,
always checking in from Jump 10 Thailand. Every time I'm on the live, he always
mhm.
tap in, man. I appreciate you, guy. Yes, indeed. Hey man, if you want to show me some love, man, I just got approved, man. It's my celebration live. I just got approved for super chats. Got my first 3 super chats for the night, man. I appreciate
Monetized
it.
inaugural broadcast brought to you live.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to the guys that sent me super chats, man. QB Flex and she sent me my first super chat. I think like a few weeks ago, I got 3 cash apps because some guys, like 3 different people, sent me $10 cash apps, which was dope.
That's awesome, man.
But as far as like my official getting super chats, man,
Right.
QB Flex and
You're official letting YouTube in on your pockets.
yeah, get my pockets now.
Get your hands out my pockets.
Got Keith D, and then we got, of course, man, Drew, man. Yeah, I know Drew from Razor Rays.
Yeah, I see Drew around, man. We be in some of the same panels and we be in some of the same rooms together. So
I be wanting to get into all these other panels and man, show my face, but man, I just be busy, man, sometimes. And then a lot of times guys have lives. I'm at work. So
yeah. I mean,
then
sometimes they're weird
right.
hours that they have a live. So you be like, what? Why are you having it
only reason
now?
only reason I catch Razor because he be going all damn night sometimes. He be like 4, 5,
Bruh,
6 hours.
9 hour, 10 hour broadcast. I think he pulled a 12 hour one time. I'm like, damn.
No, he did a
They still
24. He
on?
did a 24
What?
New Year's. Yeah, he did a
Oh
24 for
Lord.
New Year's. Look, and then the thing is, he went over the 24, and the live got deleted because YouTube don't allow 24-hour streams, and then he lost that shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I know
man.
sometimes he'll leave the live going and he'll go to sleep and let somebody else run it. I've seen that. He disappeared off the screen and somebody else is running the live for him because they running some kind of marathon. Yeah.
Man.
He done turned up one too many cervezas, because he got too many cash apps or donations that day. Because every time he gets a donation, he has to turn up.
I told Razor, I say he been doing live too long to not know how to do polls because he was asking one time, he was like, how to do polls. I said, man, polls are too easy. I'm like, just from your on your YouTube, like where, like, you know how you see the chat,
Mm-hmm.
there's a plus sign right next to it, and you can just say, you can do like start a Q&A, or you can start a poll. I'm like, bro, it's not that hard to do, man. I say, I don't know if your moderators got access to that. If they don't, you need to give them the requirements. I mean, the access to do that.
Access to do the polls for him. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit easy, super easy to do, man. It's not hard to do.
Yeah, I don't see too many people utilizing polls. I think the Andrew show, he does well with polls. There's not too many people using polls during lives. Maybe it's because they don't want to play around with them or they just don't know. But yeah, it's not a lot of, that's definitely a little niche that a lot of people don't do for interaction is a poll. Kind of get people involved in the conversation. But you back up to 4 now, man. We got to keep going.
I don't know who that is. Hey, whoever is in.
I know it's Big John. He's in. And there's somebody else that's ghosting. Somebody sound off. Who's the other guy in the room? We talking all military jargon today. Sound off.
Yeah, I'm about to do a poll right now. I'm finna test it right now. I had never tested, but
Go ahead, do one.
Test right now.
So how many years did you find to finish off with? Did you do the 8 or did you do less?
I did 7. I did 7, but I still had 1 year left on my contract.
Yep.
Because I re-enlisted at my 3-year mark. I mean my 3-year mark. So that carried over into my my what is that, the reserve, whatever that shit called, the second part. You do the you really like you really sign up for 8, but you
right.
go active, and then you do 4 inactive. So basically, they can call your ass up, call you back anytime they want to, if some shit happen. That's what a lot of people happened to with the Iraq shit.
That's why when I did the 6, I already knew I was going to go ahead and do 2. By the time I was on my 4th year, I already knew I was going to re-enlist. I just waited until I hit 6, which was my first enlistment. And then I said, okay, run me back for 4 more. So I was going to finish up with 10 and see how I felt, and then that whole situation with my brother happened,
Yeah, they I think like 6 months when I first got out, the reservist people hit me up. They was asking me, do I want to come back? I mean, they have the whole reserve. They got like a whole reservist recruiting department. So they hit me up, asked me did I want to come back and all that shit. And I say, man, if I come back, y'all gonna have to give me the rank of sergeant because they'll do shit like that.
I would have said E6. I would say, jump me too.
Jump that high.
Oh yes, they could. They could jump you too.
If I had known that, I would have did that shit. I would have definitely
they can jump you too. If they need you bad enough for that MOS, they can do whatever the hell they want. Especially once you got out, you got more experience in that field or whatever. So you carry more weight. So in order to bribe you off of your salary, they would have had to do something like that to jump you up.
Shit, if I had known that, I would have said hell yeah. Because I know a lot of people I talked to that did came back in. They came back in as sergeants. So I didn't know they'd bump you too. If I'd known that shit, I would have definitely came back. I'm like, hey, bump me too and send me back to Okinawa.
Yeah, you can justify it. It's like, yo, I'm already at this level at my job. I'm making this kind of income. If you can't bump me too, I can't come back. Go talk to somebody and come back to me. That's how I negotiated my 6-year contract. He didn't want to give that to me. I took that shit. I'm dropping out of architectural major of a college. You want me to do what? For 4 years and not getting no guarantees? Oh, hell no. I'm not doing that. I'll sign for 6, but I need some guarantees. I need to make sure I'm getting the right duty station. I need a little bonus, and I need some guaranteed rank. He went back and ran it up. That's how I got it. He didn't volunteer. He said, oh, you do this, and we got a special. We'll give you this, and that, and the other thing. No, not in the 80s. Not in the 80s. No. I negotiated that. He flew with it once I passed all my tests, and I qualified for pretty much everything under a officer, whatever MOS it was, which I wanted avionics tech, and that was a guaranteed sergeant billet by the time I got done with school. But the school was closed for a year. They were over inundated with avionics techs, so I moved to electronics tech, thinking I was going to get telephone, and I got this old ass machine called a teletype.
Yeah,
I was like, what the hell is that? Oh, you'll find out.
We got 6 people watching right now. Hey guys, make sure y'all hit the like button and make sure y'all answer the poll. I got a poll up. We're testing the poll out for the first time. Make sure y'all answer the question on the poll.
Also, drop a comment and where you from? Where you guys at? Where you guys logging in from?
If y'all got any questions about travel, hit me up in the chat. I know we've been talking a lot about military stuff, but this live is for y'all guys. If y'all want any free game, any free travel information.
Hey, the link is in the chat too, so y'all can jump up here. It's open mic.
Make sure you verify yourself too before you come up.
Yeah,
you gotta show yourself in the chat, man. Yeah, man. I had my first live stream, somebody porn bombed me, man. So
no.
Man, what? Man, I looked in the chat and I said, hey man, you need to verify yourself. Because I had him in the background and the guy freaking had the camera.
He said the worst city in the country, Atlanta. Come on, really?
Ray Money, what's up, man? Ray Money live out there in Atlanta. Shut up. He live out there in Atlanta. But take your ass back to New York there. He love it out there in Atlanta. It's the worst city in the country.
That's why I said that sounds contradictory. A lot of people love it down there. What you talking about? That's a new Black Wall Street down there.
Yes, shit. Black Hollywood, everything, man.
There you go. Yeah.
That's where the money at.
A lot of it.
Dating out there is horrible, though.
So you don't even get into that. I heard it's bug wild down there. It could go one way or the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one. At least 2 more in there. They ain't said nothing. Just kind of eavesdropping. Come on now.
A lot. Yeah, I got a lot of eavesdropper, man. Or, they might be in a situation they probably can't chat or whatever. But
That's true. That's true.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's more ease watchers or some hate watchers. I got some haters out there already.
You got enemies? Say it ain't
Peso,
so.
Peso man attacked me.
Oh man, Peso man is everybody's enemy.
Look, I'd have been on lives plenty of time when he was up there. He never said nothing to me. And then when Razor Ray started saying that I got you know what I'm saying, I got I can get super chats now and all that shit. And all of a sudden he started going in on me and shit. So somebody told me, he's like, yeah, somebody sent me an email saying he mad because you got monetized because his channel is struggling. And, you know what I'm saying? Your shit growing.
Well, he's been demonetized several times. I mean,
what's up, Ray Money? What's good, dog?
What's up, HB? Salute to you, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm good, man. Thank you, man. This is my celebration live, man. I got the super chats up and running now. I got
congratulations to you.
Yes, indeed, man. I got 3 super chats already, man. Guys out here supporting, man. Appreciate these guys, man.
Let me drop something off in your bag real quick.
Yeah,
Atlanta. Listen, Atlanta's the worst.
Send it the cash out.
Why don't I believe
100%
you,
of it.
Why don't I believe you, Ray?
You don't have to believe me. I mean, opinions are like assholes, sir. But frankly speaking, I live out here. This is the home of the weaves, sandals, and edges. Like it's crazy.
He's straight O'Shea do Jackson us.
Yeah. It's too much out here, man.
Too much weaving and sandling up down
weaving and sandling, dusty hoes. Yeah. No, you know what it is. I loved Atlanta when I first moved out here, but the culture has changed so much that maybe it's left me behind. I think I'm
that's
used to. Yeah, that's definitely what happened.
You came at the wrong time, man. A lot of people that's in Atlanta now, they're all fucking transplants, man. Like Atlanta ain't Atlanta what it used to be, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. First time I was out here was in '96. And I came out here to visit family, my cousin. And my cousin took me to, well, first off, I got a hold of some of that Atlanta weed. Oh, man, I was like 16 years old. And my cousin was 14. And then as a 16-year-old, being from New York, like nobody drove unless they were like stealing cars and shit. And out here, everybody had a car. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And everybody had systems in their car. Niggas was bumping Outkast. And the motherfucker took me to Waffle House. And I fell in love with it, man. I fell in love with it. And that's why when I had the opportunity to move down here after I got out of the Navy.
We got another military guy, 2 Marines and a Navy guy, the bus driver.
Well, you guys are Navy too. But so
don't hate.
we y'all bodyguards, keep y'all safe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all don't get hurt.
Yeah. No. It's called cannon fodder. It's called cannon fodder. That's what you guys are. Thank you.
Right. You could have done those 5 extra weeks of boot camp, and you could have been like us.
No. I like eating too much. I like pussy too much. Yeah.
We get our fair share. Best believe.
Nobody in the Navy that I served with was like, oh man, them Marine bitches. We gotta go.
Now we ain't said that. Now, ain't nobody said the WM was going to outweigh some of the Navy chicks. Now, come on, y'all had them plenty. There's very few and far between WMs, and they more even few and far between fine WMs.
Yeah. I was running through them though. The Navy chicks, boy.
Hey, they dare to be ran through.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We were just talking about that, like on ships and stuff. How like from a top down, the chicks that were on the ship. Since you're a Navy person, were the captains and everybody getting involved with the women Navy?
Let me let you guys in on a secret.
We all out now. We get spilled the beans and let everybody know what's really going on.
All right, so. I was a part of the Rainbow Force of the Navy, and the Rainbow Force is the submarine force.
Right.
Okay. So there was no bitches. I'm sorry. There were no young females or females in general on submarines. There was nothing to do on submarines. Okay. It sucked. but
It did.
it was an adventure whenever we would pull into. So really, for a submarine sailor, you got two types. You've got ballistic missile and you've got fast attack subs. I was on a fast attack submarine on two of them.
Mhm.
I'm not going to divulge which ones, but I've been on a med cruise and didn't have the opportunity to head out west on a Westpac, but there back in the day there used to be a submarine tender on each coast or in each ocean. So west, in the Pacific Fleet and for the Atlantic Fleet. And so once we hit a sub tender, which in Italy it was the Emery S land, that's when all the shit used to go down. So and then of course in port out of Norfolk, you've got the carriers out there, the Washington, the Truman and shit. So
okay, now see, you done brought up an interesting port. You said Italy.
Mm-hmm.
How the Italian women?
Yeah, they nice, man. They nice. A lot of African women out there too. A lot of Moroccan girls.
Yeah, I know that's close, isn't it, to Italy?
Yeah.
Morocco? Yeah.
Yep. A lot of Moroccan girls out there. The Italian women are very, very nice. This is back in the early 2000s, so that's the last time I was out there. But from my experience, they're always smiling, always welcoming. Never had any problem.
Okay. I haven't been to Europe yet, so I just hear stories about Germany, Italy. The army guys in Germany, they was like, the German women love us. And then now you're just confirming about the Italian chicks. Now I know about Australia, the Westpac stuff. I know all that, so there's a lot of spots that even some of the passport bros don't even talk about that are just hidden gems that I don't care to share.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can tell you one of my favorite ports was Toulon, France. And the girls out in France, man, like being from the United States, again, I'm speaking from the point of view of early 2000s, but
correct.
Man, just that, like them loving hip hop culture and being in love with, the fact that, you from the United States, you from a big city, especially me, I'm from New York, they're like, oh, you from New York?
You got that accent going for you.
Oh man, listen.
Man, look, I done seen some beautiful women in France, man, especially Paris and Bordeaux. Like you see these mix of girls, like they got, because it's a melting pot. You don't even know what the hell they are. You know what I'm saying? Like they got this olive skin, this kinky hair. You like, damn, where the fuck you from? You can't even pin down what, you know what I'm saying? Like I never seen mixes like that. You know how you typically in the US you might see a black and white mix, black and Hispanic, black and Asian, blah blah. Thing is, I seen some mixes out there. I seen chicks so bad. I'm like, damn, I couldn't even tell what she. You tell she had some type of African ancestry, but you didn't know she was mixed with because she was so exotic. I'm talking about exotic, like a Colombian woman exotic. No, when you go to France, you see women with the real word means like the real word for exotic is you don't know what the fuck she is, but she's so bad. You like, damn.
You guys know who Melly Monaco is?
Of course, I watch her all the time. Yes, I know Melly Monaco. She fine as fuck.
Yeah.
And tall.
France?
Yeah, she is from France. Yes.
Yeah, she's bad, man.
And a nice size. I think she's at least 6 foot.
Yeah. That's a mountain I'd love to climb.
Oh, yeah. Well, both of us are 6'2", so I don't know how tall you are.
Oh, no.
I know you Navy guys are kind of short, especially you got to sit on a sub all the time. So
I'm 5'10" and 3/4. Okay.
Oh, gotta get that 3/4 in there. Just make sure.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I was just checking in with your HB. Wanted to hop on real quick and show some love. Let me drop you something in the super chat.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Yeah, man. Always good to see another serviceman.
I see that rifle you got behind you.
Built that over the pandemic. That's a 308, man. Got the nice sniper buttstock on it. A nice first focal plane scope. That shit'll reach out to 1,500 meters.
Nice. So, I had a Scar 16. Is that the 308 one? Or 17? 17 is the 308. 16 is the 5.56, right? Yeah, I had a Scar 17 about 3 or 4 years ago. I'm sorry, 6 years ago exactly, because I sold it because I was having a kid and I needed some money. So
Yeah.
that was my last nice.
I ain't trying to sell this one. My son was drooling because I said I might be moving to the Philippines, and he said, "Well, what you doing with your guns?" I said, "I'm taking the motherfuckers with me." He goes, "You can't do that. Philippines won't let." I said, "Yeah, you can register them in a Filipino's name." I got a girlfriend right now. If she becomes a wife, I'm registering those guns in her name, and they're getting shipped over there. What I plan on doing is buying a shipping container, put my truck and anything I want to take with me in the shipping container, and having the shipping container sent over to the Philippines with my shit in it.
What are the laws over there?
Huh? Well, if I buy the shipping container outright, I can drop it on the land that we buy. You get what I mean? So it'll always be with me, and then I can just pull the truck out and anything I decide to ship over there with me.
So what are the rules on because you know I know like I know a lot of people who had cars in Japan, they want to ship them to the US, and they had all these regulations because I think we had to replace the windshield. It was like some like all kind of weird that shit, and it costs a lot of money to do. Do they have any type of restrictions as
well, because we have the same type of vehicles, in the Philippines. They do have Americanized cars right along with South Korean and some other cars. So I don't think the emissions is an issue because most of the cars nowadays, since 2000 something, all have California emissions. So it's not even an emission issue. You know, it's more about just getting it imported, getting a proper importing license in order to get it into the country, and then having it licensed in Philippines is pretty much all you have to worry about for American cars. I don't know if you're shipping from another country, like Thailand has some strict ass import rules. You know, so depending if you're shipping to Thailand, you could wind up be paying like twice the amount of the car just to get it into the country. You know, I heard it's really bad. I watch CB Media all the time, and he's all about cars in Thailand. He talks about this import taxes on vehicles is like ridiculous in Thailand, but Philippines not so much.
Yeah, I heard Singapore is bad with the import taxes. Turkey's another one with the import taxes. There was a dude bragging on so I drive a Tesla, and I follow like Tesla Reddit or whatever, and there's a guy saying he was 21 years old and he's getting mad hate. He lives in Istanbul, and he had he bought a Tesla Model Y Performance, and he paid like 120 USD for it, and he got he said that was a good deal. He said because normally cars that are imported into Turkey get hit with a tremendous tax. He said that car should normally be about $200,000 to $300,000. But
what does that car in America cost? Just off the top.
Shit, 55, I think.
Shut the front door from 55 to 200 and some thousand.
Yeah. Yep.
That is outlandish, bro.
India's another
one. Can you imagine the flip if you just go into exporting American cars to all of these countries? The flip on the dollar amount. Yeah, that's straight business.
Yeah, but the most of it is transportation and then import taxes that the actual buyer has to pay on their side. So
right.
I'm half Haitian, so I got family in Haiti, and I was like my cousin has a dealer's license here in Atlanta. And that was one of the things that he was doing was he was buying cars here and then sending them to Haiti. But Haiti's so goddamn destabilized right now that, it's hard to get shit. And once the shit hits the docks, it's gone. Or, somebody's sticking a gun in your face.
Take it, right.
Yeah. So
what I heard another good place was I watch a lot of these shows, man. I have this awkward thing about watching like ways of making money. I'm looking at income streams. I'm at semi-retirement mode. So I always look at income streams and potential. So there's I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia or even Dubai. There's a lot of auto auctions in a lot of these countries, high-end cars that are freaking way less than normal that are used. But because these guys are so wealthy, they sell them at a ridiculous low rate. Yeah, and a lot of people buy them and they ship them back to whatever country they're from. And they just get an incredible deal.
Yeah, I saw that shit. I seen that shit. A lot of cats that got money, they'll buy them supercars and they'll dog them out. And they got like huge lots. They just collect dust. They drive, they play with them.
They'll abandon them at some point.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I seen that too. in the airport. I heard the airport in Dubai there's like a whole lot of just cars that people
Just
are
abandoned cars
there.
they were
Yeah.
tired of. They went and bought
Rolls
another one.
Royces, Bentleys,
Yeah.
Lambos, all that shit.
So then they have an auction that like an auto auction type of thing, and they sell them cars off, and people ship them back home.
That's a great
like,
idea.
What the hell, man? I look at all kind of ways. Like if I could find like a manufacturer that I can have something manufactured in a cheaper country and then ship it over the United States at a reduced rate and then resell it. Those are the kind of ideas that pop in my head all the time. I'm always looking for an angle to make money and not have to do shit.
You sound like a capitalist, sir.
I am. Hell yes.
Me too. Welcome to the club. Thank you.
So I'm always looking at business ideas, even hair, even this, or I don't care if it's a girl thing. I don't care. If I know there's a demand for it, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at an angle for my chick or whatever to make money. That's just my mindset.
When I was in Marine Corps, I was cutting hair on the side, man.
So would I, bro.
Oh yeah, me too.
I sent my checks home, man.
I was a ship's barber.
Yep. I wouldn't. No. The ship's barber didn't necessarily get paid all the time, especially in the Marine Corps. You paid me because sometimes the gunnies or whatever would try to make you go and cut everybody's hair for free. No.
No. For me, I cut it was all for the brothers, man. I didn't. There was no white people I was cutting. It was probably about, I don't know, 25.
Oh, I cut white boys' hair too. I was good.
I did.
They paid me.
Yeah,
I break out the comb and everything else. I can give you a high top fade. I can give you a little swoop. I can do whatever you want me to do, but you're gonna pay me. You know, and I would send my check home during the Gulf War. I would wind up making so much money. And then I also ran a football pool. We had spades tournaments, domino tournaments. I was always hustling. Man, if there's a way to make money, especially with a captured group of people, I was that dude. And then I loan sharked. You hit port, you were short on cash, need a little extra money? No problem. I had it. You can borrow it, but I need a percentage back.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
That's a recipe for trouble, though.
I ain't never had no trouble. Ain't nobody no. But
hey, man, how was it being on a submarine, man? Like, was that shit stinky? Because you be in a closed group of people, motherfuckers.
Nasty ass motherfuckers.
Like,
yeah.
Was y'all like the places you slept at? Was that shit stink, man? Because I know,
man. Smell like feet.
One time, I had a roommate when I first got in. This dude's feet smell so bad, man. And like every time he took off his shoes, man, he had the whole room smell like just corn chips.
Funky corn chips.
Yeah. And one time, like I complained to my sergeant. I said, "Hey, sergeant, man, this dude feet stink, man. Like I can't be his roommate." Then they was like, "Well, they like talk to him." I said, "I already told him." You know what I'm saying? So what? So
you didn't understand the command. The command was not talk to him. The command was to kick his ass. But you heard talk. Hey, I heard whoop his ass.
I wasn't trying to get in trouble. So one time he came home, I had all his damn shoes lined outside. It was a white dude. He's like, hey, honey, he stuttered. Honey, what are you doing? I said, hey, bro, your goddamn feet stink, bro, and it's stinking up the fucking room, man. I said, I had a chick over, bro. Like, bro, nah, bro. Then I complained long enough, then they end up finally switching me. I was like, bro, stink ass feet.
Well, I could tell you, thank God. The way it is on the sub is that the air is constantly recirculated and it's constantly filtered, and it's always under atmospheric treatment. You've got CO2 scrubbers, you've got an O2 generator which generates oxygen. And so
you put a little Caribbean smell to it too.
No, it smells like amine. No, it smells. It's a particular smell. It's called amine, and that's the chemical that's used in CO2 scrubbers that helps absorb the carbon dioxide out of the air that you exhale. Anyway, so yeah, it does stink, but luckily there's always fan noise in the background, and there's always recirculating air, and it's always going through filters and shit like that. So it really wasn't that bad. But yeah, on a sub, when you first get on and you're a junior sailor, you have two berthing options. One is you're sleeping in the torpedo room, or two, you're sleeping in, cruise berthing, forward cruise berthing, and you have to hot rack, and hot rack means, okay, on a sub, your day is broken up into 18 hours. So your day is not 24 hours. It's 3 watch cycles. So you're on 3-section duty. Each watch is 6 hours. So 18 hours per day. Right. And while you're on watch, you're like, so there's, let's see, there's 2 racks to 3 people. And so when you're on watch, the racks are filled with your bunkmates. And
Damn.
And then they get up. One of them has to get up at some point in time and go on watch, and then you take their place. And so that's how it rotates. It's called hot racking.
Wow.
And
y'all change the sheets? Did y'all at least change the sheets?
Sometimes you don't, man. Sometimes you're tired, man. Sometimes you just get in that motherfucker.
Hell no.
Don't give a shit. It depends on who your bunkmate is. So I've had one stinky bunkmate, and I forbid him to use that particular rack. Like, it was a top rack, which is like a desirable one. It's in the back of berthing, so nobody's walking past your bunk. You know, it's like a dead end area. You know, so he was forbidden to use that rack because he refused to shower. And every time he pissed, he would stand at the urinal for at least 3 minutes. So something was wrong with his dick too. The nigga was burning underway. So it was just something. It was just nasty, this particular dude. But
bro, that is a formula for a fight in a Marine berthing area.
Oh no. Yeah, people fought, bro. People fought, man. You know, all the time. Like I think I told HB about the Phantom shitter. Did I tell you about the Phantom shitter?
Yeah, you talking about, we like, when I was in Iraq, we had the mad shitter.
Yeah, man, Phantom shitter. Yo, it was crazy because I've never heard of this phenomena before. But I did experience a Phantom shitter, a hallway shitter in high school. And then when I got into the Navy, I was like, damn, you got another Phantom shitter. Jason Ferguson was the name of it. I'm airing this nigga out. Jason Ferguson, you know who you are. Westinghouse High School, Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Okay? Damn.
You wiped your ass with that loose leaf paper in the back staircase and left it there. We know you, Jason Ferguson. We know who you are. You are the Phantom shitter. I'm not gonna air out the dude that I served with though, because I don't want to get doxxed. But yeah, Jason Ferguson wiped his ass with the loose leaf paper back in high school. I was in the 11th grade. This is 1997.
That's nasty. But
nasty fucker. But yeah, in the Navy on the sub, there was a guy who was taking random shits in the shoe holders, which was fucking disrespectful as fuck too. I think he wanted to get kicked off the boat. That's a lot of, see, on subs, there's a lot of things that go down when it's called, you're a nub. You first report, you're designated a nub. That's like a slang term. It's called non-useful body. And you're basically stealing everybody's oxygen until you get qualified. Once you get qualified, you're considered one of the team. But when you're a nub, you get hazed like a motherfucker. And I think, one or maybe a couple of individuals just started doing crazy shit on the boat. And one of them got caught, he was taking shits in the shoe holders. So yeah, it's just weird shit goes down on the submarine, man. Crazy shit. And that's to get into a little bit of the woo-woo, there have been unexplained things that have gone down that I've been a part of too on submarines. Like me having a clearance and being down there, seeing stuff on sonar, seeing stuff, fire control reporting targets underwater that aren't supposed to move that fast, or bruh, it's crazy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's just say UFOs underwater.
Yeah. That shit, I think that shit exists, man.
That is real. I believe that. I believe.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming what I already knew. I just like to hear from somebody that's closer to the object of my knowledge.
Yeah,
but yeah, I believe in all that.
Did you guys serve in 9/11
and all that? I served before. I was in the original Gulf War. He served during 9/11.
So HB, do you remember, I don't know where you were on 9/11, but for me, I was in Norfolk, and on that day or the day before, I was on watch, and there was a nationwide exercise that I don't know, like they sent I think it's called a sit rep. They sent a sit rep out for the day before saying, hey, we're gonna have drills on this day, blah blah blah. It's gonna be a nationwide drill, yada yada yada. Just be vigilant, blah blah blah. Right. And then boom, 9/11 happened. I'm not going to go into the details of what I was doing, but 9/11 happened. And then I was like, damn, like putting that shit 2 and 2 together. Like they always got drills before they kind of pull a fast one on the people.
They already know it's coming.
Yeah, man.
I already know the conspiracies, but I'm all about the conspiracies. Believe me.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing that clean. Ain't nothing that clean.
I don't want to turn this into the Joe Rogan, Cat Williams.
Why not?
Yes, but
the Joe Rogan experience. Let's break it up. 2.0.
My whole thing is, man, if all this stuff exists, man, how that shit just like not exposed, and then you have on top of like everything going on in the world, especially with the division amongst people and shit, whereas like
you keep people divided just for that specific purpose. If you keep them fighting amongst themselves, they're not going to pay attention to the obvious thing that's sitting right in front of their face.
Yeah, but the thing is, what do the people like? If there's like extraterrestrials or whatever, like what do they think about us? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like how are they even doing any type of interaction? If it's just like pure study for them, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like
it's not pure study anymore. They know, and we know.
It's like, because you would think like if a race is so superior, they could be able to travel, you know what I'm saying, space like that. And I'm sure that they probably, I don't know, it might become some type of fashion of alien races where they might be divided. But you would think like if somebody able to travel that far, you would think their society might be united, and
they are.
I agree.
What the fuck y'all doing? What y'all doing?
I agree with you. They are. They are united.
You got to think about what people were exposed to as far as information. Let's start back maybe towards whenever they first discovered nuclear weapons and first started testing these weapons, and then you started seeing the increase in UFO sightings after those tests began. And humans, we discovered these nuclear weapons, and then it brought the attention of maybe people or things or entities from other places. And back in those days, information wasn't as free flowing. Shit, even 10 years ago, information wasn't as free flowing as it is today. And so it was easy to keep a society distracted away.
Mm-hmm.
So you said like, how do people don't know? I forgot what you said earlier. It was like, yeah, it's very easy to keep people distracted and away from the information. And even now, we're living in the movie Idiocracy to some degree. And even if the information is out there, people are too stupid to really, I don't want to make a generalization, but generally speaking, the normie individuals the ham and eggers who just wake up every day and go to their job, delivering DoorDash, they wouldn't even know where to begin, and being exposed and like a fucking spaceship could land in the middle of Times Square, like Donald Trump, in the middle of Times Square, and people would just keep walking by like, oh, what is this shit? No, just keep walking because they're fucking.
Oh, it's got to be a movie. Somebody shooting
zombies.
a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
Hey, they need to go ahead and reveal themselves. So I want to leave this motherfucker. I'm tired of being on this.
I heard there was a date of 2027. I just heard this date. So
I think
we're on a timetable to release. That's why you're starting to see more and more media, more and more movies that are pushing you to being a little more familiar about the exposures that you're about to be. Do you ever realize as movies and media starts to show certain things, it becomes normalized? So you're not too shocked to actually see it when it happens.
Yeah, predictive programming. That's why they're coming out with that Civil War movie that they're dropping later on this year.
I'm waiting to see that too. I want to see that.
What's this? I didn't hear about it.
There's a movie coming out that I forgot. It's called Civil War or some shit like that.
It's called Civil War. It's called Civil War. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's basically like a real depiction of what, or dramatization of what would occur if there was a civil war in the United States. And what doesn't make sense about the movie is the way that the United States is divided. It was like California,
Texas, and Florida,
and
or
Texas.
something like that.
Yeah, like why the fuck would
Mhm.
Texas align with California? Like they're two
Right.
separate, completely separate ideologies when it comes to, just what type of states they are. And the
I think
movie
it
is
was
like,
based on economies, because Texas and California independently could be like the 10th
They're
largest
GDP.
economical country in the world if they were
Yeah.
to unite, like
maybe, I don't
economically,
know.
GPD or whatever, gross domestic product type shit.
But again, it's a movie, right? So they can come up with any kind of storyline.
Man, as large as some of these goddamn foreign countries and shit.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, so they're dropping that movie called Civil War. It's called
Mhm.
predictive programming. And
Yeah. And that's how they usually break down society and then making it more, because some people's minds cannot fathom thinking outside the box. It would just be too shocking for them. It would cause mass hysteria and all these other things. So in order to kind of like ease society into certain things that are already well known by the government, they start releasing what you would call propaganda films and other things to get societies used to the idea of these things happening. So as you
Sure.
watch media and everything else, it starts to push you to the idea that these things are now possible, where before they would say, there's no way this shit could happen.
Right.
Just like when you used to watch back in the day, the cartoons and stuff like that would dictate Dick Tracy having a watch that was like an actual walkie-talkie, and you could see the person and you're actually FaceTiming them.
Yep.
That shit is a reality now.
Or the Jetsons.
The
you know?
Jetsons, flying cars, drones,
Or
these things,
that-
all
yeah.
those things were cartoons back in the day that are now reality, but it's gently released into the population and get our minds wrapped around the potential of it actually happening.
For
That's
sure.
how they break it down for you. So
Yeah.
that people don't get shocked and panicked that all of a sudden you got these three-eyed green motherfucking antennal kind of damn monsters sitting there. And truly, if you want to get biblical with it, if you look at the descriptions of what angels look like, they're not fucking humans. Okay. You
no,
got
of course not.
8-eyed angels with all kind of 12 wings on it and all kind of looking crazy things, that if you looked in the Bible for a description of different types of cherubs versus this type of angel versus an archangel, the descriptions are freaking crazy of what
Okay.
these animals look like.
So let me break that down for you. The
About to get
Jewish faith. Yeah, just a little bit. So you've got the Bible, and then you've got the
You got
precursor,
the modified Bible,
which
That's
is
not
the
real
well.
Bible.
There's like, yeah, of course not. Yeah. Because there's many different books that are not included in the version that, but then there's also like 13 different
I
versions.
got the Book of Enoch sitting right here
Nice.
with me.
So
I got the apocryphy. Anybody got the apocryphy?
I actually got the Ethiopian Complete Bible as well.
So there's a gentleman named Mauro Biglino, and Mauro Biglino worked for the Vatican, and he is one of the world's foremost experts on ancient Hebrew, and the precursor to the Torah is called the Talmud. Okay, and obviously there is a group of people that believe that the Torah is their Bible. We all know who those group of people are. We can't say the name, right?
Mhm.
And so they also believe fundamentalist individuals of that particular religion believe also in the Talmud, and really the rabbinical sect of that particular religion uses the Talmud as sort of like a framework for how they teach and how they really what rabbis are kind of like sociological judges within that community. And so moving past that, so if you look in the Talmud, the Jewish people believe in, they call like God Elohim, like is another word
Mhm.
for God, right? But that is a mischaracterization according to Moro Biglino. Moro Biglino says that, well, the term Elohim is not a singular term in the Talmud, it is plural, and that angels, think of the word angel, right? Angel is angel, and then names for angels, Michael, Gabriel, these are all Elohim, and the Elohim are essentially a race of space aliens that that actually interacted with humans and enslaved humans.
They were called the Watchers.
Exactly. Back when they
Book
made
of Enoch.
themselves right. When they made themselves known to humans, they enslaved the humans, and the Jewish people, or at least the rabbis, do worship the Elohim. They call it the Elohim, but they think it's singular. But really, this guy Moro Biglino says that it's plural, and he actually, I've watched like a 4-hour documentary on this. He speaks horrible fucking English too, like it's super duper deep Italian ass English, but it's very hard to watch and keep and listen to him. But he puts all of the translations in context, and he busts out like 20 different versions of the Bible, right? From like the Ethiopian Bible, there's a Orthodox Greek Bible, obviously the King James version and all this other shit. And so, yeah, it's very, very interesting that, you've got a group of people on this planet still currently to this day that worship God, aka Elohim, but Elohim really, really is a group of space aliens that were in control of humanity. And the thing is that most of the rabbis,
Nephilims, Anunnakis, and there's a couple other ones that go along with all this.
Yes, but specifically Elohim, most of the rabbis, it's secret knowledge amongst them that they know that it is not a singular term. They preach to their followers that it's singular, but most of the rabbis actually know that it is plural. Moro Biglino, I would definitely, if you guys are in a crazy woo-woo shit like I am, take a look at Moro Biglino and because you mentioned angels, and really I'm
just going by the definition of what angels are within the book of Revelations. And real quick, all I add to it is, even in the Bible, I pay attention to words and word phrases, and words are put in certain contexts for a reason. So when the Bible says, God said, put no other God before me, did God just say there are no other gods? Or did he just recognize that there are other gods, but he's supposed to be the supreme God? Understand, you have to read with understanding of what he's saying. He's not dismissing that there aren't other beings. He's dismissing that he is the ultimate being. Even in the Bible, it's written that way.
Yeah, and also like more, I agree. But here's another twist, is that even in the Bible, the God of the Bible is called Yahweh, right? And Moro broke down the fact that, well, Yahweh is actually one of the Elohim, because there's other books in the Bible that fill in who Yahweh actually is. And he was a disenfranchised member of the Elohim. And man, it's just very, very interesting. And it puts things in perspective about the motivations of certain individuals who lay claim to a certain plot of land in the Middle East, amidst the protest of everybody else that is surrounding that particular area. They feel like they are the chosen individuals by God, aka the Elohim, aka the space aliens. They have no real Messiah, right? It's just very, very interesting. It puts a lot of things in context when you understand the way that they think about themselves and the way that they think about the Bible and religion in general, especially their framework for how they think about who God is and what God is. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I said, I pay attention to word structure and meaning. Even within the Bible, it talks about visions of angels coming down in fiery chariots.
Oh yeah.
What is the fastest mode of transportation back in that time frame? It would be a chariot. Chariots are usually singular or two carrying people in it. That's the fastest mode of transportation. If you had a rip in time and a jet fighter landed in that time frame, what would they describe that jet pilot or the two jet pilots that jumped out of a plane that had flames coming out the back of it? They would describe it as a fiery chariot.
Yeah.
And they would consider those two beings being gods because they just floated down from air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to look at the twist. And then even within the Bible says when you die, you are instantly with him, which means your body is the only construct that keeps you focused to this time and this point on this plane of existence. Your soul is supposedly energy. So the minute your body dies, the energy is instantly transferred to wherever it's supposed to be, even in the word. There is no judgment. The judgment has always happened. We are stuck in this time frame strictly because of your body.
Yeah, just a tool. It's a tool for you to move around within this existence. And then whenever
when you start digging into that, then you have to start digging into the fact is there really one God, or is there multiple things that are going on? Are there multiple different races or beings that are out there? And how can we be so limited as human beings to see a whole universe and then think that we're the only thing here? Why would God waste all that space?
Oh yeah, that you've got to be supremely ignorant to think that we are the only ones in the universe as vast as it is that we know. Like if you're conscious of the fact that the universe is so vast, yet you still hold a belief that we're the only ones here, just
Right.
because we can't see.
And then if we are so intelligent over the small period of time that we've been here and the technology that we developed with our small brains to a point to where we're able to travel in space, how much more advanced are the beings that actually built us? And what we look at their vehicles as far as how fast they move.
Well, who's to say that we don't hold some of these technologies already? I think
we
we
do.
do.
They're trapped in our brains. We just don't know how to access them.
No, they're not trapped in their brains. They're trapped down under the Dugway
you're
Air
talking
Force
about on
Base.
the Earth. Yeah.
There is completely different breakaway civilization.
You
when I say that,
your sonar reports from your submarine picked up things under the ocean.
It was. You had to look the other way.
Mm-hmm.
It was things that were unexplained. The captain was called in to make
a judgment call of whether to report it or shut the fuck up and just log it until later. The higher command, right?
It was always logged. The logs are always top secret, and so it was just more of like, hey, let's just keep.
Yeah, I worked in comm, so I had an ultra top secret. I always used to sit there and watch all the secret messages come across the board and read them on my off time. So yeah, the world is a big chessboard. Let's put it that way. And they divulge what they want, and what they don't want, they leave off to the side. They know who to fuck with, when to fuck with them, and why they don't want to fuck with them, because it's going to disturb a whole nother thing that they're trying to do. I've read them.
Yep. And you've got people that are pulling the strings that have access to this technology. Imagine being able to have access to a UFO, what we consider to be a UFO, but it's really just an anti-gravity machine or device that can propel a human or whoever is inside of it in any direction at fractions of the speed of light within Earth's atmosphere, and then getting out of that, and then getting in your car to go down to the QT to get a slip. Like, these people are not even on the same level of us, the string pullers that hide behind the shadows. That's why I say, and I call it a breakaway civilization, is because these individuals have been exposed to technologies that are well beyond what the normal human being is exposed to on a day-to-day basis. And a lot of that technology and information is filtered in to the greater consciousness of humanity, and those who are aware enough to consume it and take things with a grain of salt are able to elevate themselves past
Yeah.
the normie status. But then there's a group of people that are just so
Mhm.
ingrained into their daily.
Eh,
I wake
right,
up in the
and
morning. I get my bagel and cream cheese. I get on the subway. I
ultimately,
go,
some
"Oh, gosh,
people
this
are
shit."
happy. Like the Matrix is really the truth of the truth. Some people are happy with their normal existence, and they don't want to look outside of that normality. And
Yeah.
some people already understand there's a layer behind a layer that's behind a layer, and you start pulling layers apart to figure out what's at the bottom. And some people are just built that way. You know what I mean? So it comes down to whether you're one of those layer pullers or whether you're content.
Yeah. HB, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Mid
41.
40s?
I'm 41. I'm halfway through my life, man. I hope I can see it before I
Yo, stop it, man. I'm 56. Don't say you halfway through,
56.
because then you
Okay.
saying I'm rolling off to the end of it. Nah, man, I'm good. My great great grandfather, he lived till 109. So I
Yeah, and we
definitely
live in
plan on hitting 100.
I plan on hitting 120, 130.
I think most of me and my family live in the 80s. I think.
Yeah.
Reason why I asked the age question is because I don't know when the first time you guys had a computer was, but I was 13 in 1993, and my dad got a computer in like 93. 93 was like 93 or 94. Them shits were expensive back then.
My MOS was computers, and I started in the Marine Corps with 8088s when they first came out. Double floppy disk boot up. I actually fixed them, tore them apart, fixed them, repaired them. That was my job.
Okay. Yeah. And one of the first websites that I remember going on to or discovering as a kid was antichrist.net. I think it's still around. And as part of antichrist.net, I started like reading on conspiracy. This is when I was 14 years old. And then I saw
I knew I liked you for a reason, right?
Yeah. Then I started reading. There was a Bohemian Grove advertisement on this webpage, and it was from Alex Jones. And so I started listening and watching Alex Jones from it was like 95 or like 96. And I've always just been in tune and always watched. And I know now he's kind of like painted as some sort of racist or some sort of I don't know, right-wing fanatical goofball, but a lot of the shit that he said and is brought up over the years has always materialized and came true to some degree. So that's really where I got my start, was probably back in 95, 96, just perusing the internet on all of these conspiratorial websites. And I've always been able to keep my ear to the ground.
Some realities, at first you only thought there was pyramids in Egypt. Now we're finding pyramids all over the fucking world.
Oh yeah,
buried under the ocean, in the
Antarctica, yep,
and South America,
Croatia,
yep. Croatia. They're all over the freaking place. How can that be? That's unexplainable. Unless you know and you just don't want to tell everybody.
It's explainable.
Right.
You just haven't found the information yet.
Well, no, the information is available too. They're just not wanting to tell you. They already knew. There's too many coincidences for it not to be already known. Now they just can't hide it because of social media, because of the internet, and because information can be spread fast and quick. They can't control how fast this stuff is coming out. Where before the advent of the internet, before the advent of media like this, they could control the narrative. They can control the story. They can lock certain things down in certain areas and not let it get out. Now with the internet and the availability of putting something out right then, when somebody sees it, instead of somebody calling the bureau to come investigate it for them to shut it down and saying it was an imaginary thing, no, they put it out on the internet first for everybody to see, and then they got to try to take it down. It's too late. It's already been exposed.
You guys remember how simple life was before the internet? Like before it was ubiquitous the way that it was now.
Then.
Yeah, it is. I do remember it, but it's something that I couldn't even fathom. It's so foreign to me now that I can't fathom not being connected to the conscious hive mind of humanity that is called the internet, you know, and I'm so used to it. And also, you know, what's crazy too is how ignorant and naive I was before I was connected to the hive mind, and how much my my knowledge has grown since being connected, for the good or for the bad. It's very, very hard to turn it off. You know, mentally, it's hard to shut down and step away. But me personally, I've gotten smarter, and I think it all depends on what content you decide to consume whenever you are consuming it. And me personally, I always try to look to making myself smarter and looking up more and more information rather than watching TikTok and all sorts of other fuckery
That's good.
online.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been an out of box thinker. I've never been a conformist. That's why my major was architecture.
Nice. I think that's why we're here on YouTube too, right? We're on YouTube also, and we understand the need to travel, to get away from these matrix-minded women to some degree, enjoy them from a distance.
Matrix, period. It's not just the women. It's just what society is dictating. Like I was telling somebody earlier, or a group of people on BMT's channel, you know, society dictates what you feel like is success. You know, there's so many other cultures as you travel, you start to see them barely making $300 a month, but they're happy as fuck. Our society is dictating what the definition of success is, but that's not really reality. That's the reality of what this society dictates. Other societies dictate other things. So when you start understanding it's not the matrix, the rules of engagement in each country runs different towards what real happiness is, then you have to start defining for yourself what real happiness is, and stop going along with the different cultures of the societies that you're within to say this is how you're supposed to be or feel in order to say you're happy or you're successful. You know, back in the day, the biggest thing was to leave your name in the history books as far as legacy and to have plenty of children. That was success. Didn't really have anything to do with money. The longer you can keep your name running throughout the generations, legacy was success, because then your name got carried on through history. You were remembered through history, through your family, not by your achievements.
Yeah, I still think that is success. Obviously, success is something that the individual has to determine what they feel success is to them based off of their value set. But, you know, obviously humans are put here to procreate, and, you know, any man should want to at least have a child. Problem is the society we live in today, that mindset is disincentivized by the legal structure put around, you know, relationships in general and marriage. Men are not incentivized to marry and have and procreate and have multiple kids because they're afraid of being taken advantage of by the legal system. And most of these hoes out here ain't wife material anyway.
But you know what? I think that's also the end of most cultures when it comes down to society starting to dictate that type of level. You have other cultures that are continuing to reproduce at their normal rate or greater, while other societies are deteriorating because of the rate of reproducing has slowed down. Again, we bring up China with their one baby rule, and they killed off all the female children in order to have a male in order to keep their name going. So then their society is also crashing because all those guys are aging out. There's nobody to replace them. So those societies are crumbling. There are huge cities that China started building that are empty. They're abandoned. Nobody's there. You know, Japan has the same issue. Japan has the same issue, but they didn't have a one baby rule. But a lot of the people that were having kids when they were younger, the newer kids are only looking for success. They're only looking for money. They're only driven by that, and they're not reproducing at a common rate. There are a lot of Japanese cities that are also sitting empty, and they're begging people to come and live there for the same purpose. As society becomes more advanced, for some reason, people start feeling like in order to be successful, that advancement must come first versus reproducing as a form of success.
Yeah. You guys ever watch any shows on China? Any follow any YouTube?
I
content
watched
creators?
all of it, yeah, because I was very interested in why they thought BRICS was going to take off. These social media guys is fucking ridiculous, man.
There's
Most
one
people
guy-
are hyping up BRICS like a lot more than a year ago. BRICS was coming. They were going to break down the American dollar. Remember all that? Where's that
Oh,
hype at
you're
now?
talking about the BRICS gold standard that they're
Well, the
trying
BRICS
to.
standard for taking away the American dollar as a standard between China, Russia, and Saudi Arabia and a couple African nations, which Russia is damn near broke. China is already breaking and has been broke for almost a year because they actually closed their banks down, because how Chinese people actually make their money is they buy into real estate as an
Freezing
investment.
up Illuminati. They
Uh-oh.
tapped in. They're watching.
Did they? They froze me?
Nah, I still see you. I see you
okay.
clear.
Okay.
I told you it's
That's
me.
But
HP
yeah,
got
man.
that Mint Mobile
I
service.
be-
You streaming off of Mint Mobile?
Damn.
What's going on, man? I think it's StreamYard, man.
It could be because I've always had problems with StreamYard until I
Both y'all
upgraded
look
this
clear.
phone.
And I can
What-
see both of
what-
y'all perfectly.
I might think about switching to the other one. I noticed that on other lines, I see some people cutting out when they're talking.
Mhm.
Other people on the panel can hear, and you know what I'm saying. But
Yeah, I don't like stepping on people. That's why I've not gone live in a while, because I've been waiting to fix this internet, so I don't step on people's conversation. You know.
Yeah, man.
But go ahead, Ray. Yeah, you can get deep, man. You can go down that rabbit hole forever, but it makes sense. It's just most people don't want to talk about it because, again, they want to live that surface life, and they don't want to really
Right.
dig into the real truth behind why things are being said and why certain things are not being said when they're very apparent that that's what's going on.
They want the T-bone in the Matrix.
Hmm?
They want the T-bone in the Matrix. You know,
Right.
when he was presented the T-bone, he said, "Yeah, I want the steak. Fuck the Matrix."
Mhm.
I mean, fuck the
I
real
like the
world. I
taste
want to
of
live
this
in the
meat.
Matrix.
I like
Hell
the taste
yeah.
of this meat.
Yep. That's
Ignorance
most people.
is bliss, is what he said. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
And once you start scratching at that ignorance and starting to get that knowledge, all of a sudden it either becomes an addiction, or you say, fuck this, I don't want to know. I want to go back to the ignorant part.
Yeah, I can't never go back. Fuck.
I would
that.
never go back. I'd never gone back. And I've been going after this for a while.
Yeah, buddy.
So HB, when's the last time you been to the range?
Dude, man, it's been a minute. I want to say, shoot, maybe like 2 years, maybe. Maybe like over a year.
Wow. What see, that's the thing. When I was living out there, I hadn't been to any ranges out in Southern California. Where do you usually go? Outdoor, indoor range?
Typically indoor. I've been telling myself they got a range, outdoor range in Palomar, but I never go. I got a homeboy that shoots, and he be inviting me to come out. But I'm just
You gotta go, man. There's nothing like bullet therapy, bro.
yeah, man. No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
go to indoor ranges a lot, but because I'm a certified pistol instructor, so through the NRA. So, but
Don't you have to qualify every so many years to keep that up?
I think it's like every.
What you,
2
John
years
Wick?
or something like that.
You coming out just hitting targets like that?
Hell yeah! Like when I certified, I was like the highest in my class. Like, because the thing is, like, I was always a good marksman. Even when I was in Marine Corps, I was an expert.
Mhm.
So
So,
it's just like as far as like applying the fundamentals to a pistol, that shit it never changes. So it's like
I actually love shooting.
I can go to the range right now and just like tear the centerpiece up like it's nothing.
What do you got? What
my
do you
thing-
use?
Shit, I mean, I got all kind of shit, man. I got some Glocks, 17s, 40s. I got an S. What is it?
You saw me just reach back, right?
Yeah, I saw you. I see you.
SV9.
You already see the gun on the
Nice.
rack.
Yeah, my long range rifle. I got a Remington 700, 6.5 Creedmoor. What what kind of scope I
That's
got?
What's that? A
Springfield.
Smith & Wesson? A
That's a
Springfield.
Springfield XDM.
Yeah, that's what that's. Yeah, I got a XDM. I got XDM 9 also, 4.5. You got a threaded barrel on yours. That's nice.
Yep.
You know what? I just shot that.
Barrel, red dot.
All right, man. You can't be showing that shit on, man. Trying to get my shit
Yes, I can.
D25, man.
You man, they have gun channels. Are you kidding me? As long as I'm not firing or telling them
They're
how
not
to
monetized.
disassemble it. Yes, they are.
Oh,
Gun channels are monetized.
Yeah, They are.
As long as you're not telling them how to take apart and assemble, then it's not.
Okay.
It can't be
I thought
demonetized.
I thought it was like, I thought it was.
You just can't show them how to put guns together. That's why they stopped a lot of those channels. But
man.
That's why I display my gun. I can display my gun all day long as long as I'm not showing them how I put it together, which I built it from parts.
I only shot my damn Remington 700 twice, man. I need to take it on range and dial.
But
dialed in.
That's the biggest thing for me for relaxing is long distance shooting, because of the mathematics behind it. It's relaxing to me to do the mathematics, to see the target, to know the drop of a round, look at the windage, play with all that shit. To me, that's relaxing.
Yeah,
man.
It's been a while since I've been to a long distance range. We got a couple nice indoor ranges out here in the Atlanta area. Stoddard's downtown Atlanta is probably the nicest range out here. And I try to go to the range maybe like, once a month, once every couple weeks when I don't have my son with me. Hopefully,
shit, I started my son shooting. I did actually teach all my sons how to shoot, but
he'll
they're
learn.
all grown now.
Yeah, he's turning 6 on Sunday, so he ain't ready for that yet.
Good time to give him a 22, man.
I got one for him.
YT people start their kids shooting early.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My daughter, when she turns 7, I'm gonna take her. I already got a 20. I already bought a 22. I got a P. What was it? P20 something.
P22.
Yeah, I got a
P22. Yeah, 22.
I got a P.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Waiting for her to get old enough.
That I built specifically to go elk hunting in Montana for.
Oh wow.
So I built that gun specifically just to take it elk hunting up in Montana.
Do you run a suppressor?
I can, but I have not gotten a suppressor. Supposedly the laws are changing down here right now in Texas to where you're not going to have to do that. You're not going to have to do the tax stamp or the $200 weight fee. I'm waiting for that to get resolved so I can walk right in and pull a fucking a couple suppressors. One for the threaded barrel gun that you just saw, and one for that, and then I'll pick up another one for M16, and I'll be good.
Yeah, I have a Gemtech 1 suppressor.
Plus, I also have another 45 caliber carbine in there, and 2 more 9s, and another old Chinese police revolver 38 sitting in the other room.
Nice.
So that's why I said, my son said the minute I said I was moving to the Philippines, what are you doing with all your guns? Motherfucker, they're going with me. They're just going to go on my way.
I personally wouldn't take them there, but everybody, I don't know. If it's not America, then fuck it. I'll bring one, but I wouldn't bring the whole collection, because you might bring the whole collection. You might get a knock on your door, and maybe them secret police, them Duterte secret police coming to snatch your shit away.
I would let them know. They would be registered. I would not sneak them in, because the first idea was, once I bought the shipping container, I put my truck in it and everything I wanted to ship over there and shipped it, was to disassemble it and hide it in pieces.
Yeah, so I guess maybe my point is, even if it's registered, registration equals confiscation, because they
know where to come and get it. Exactly.
So that's where I would be a little bit weird.
I would also volunteer my experience as a Marine as part of their civil defense, being that I would wind up becoming, I'm going to go ahead and get registered to be a dual citizen.
That's cool. That's nice.
So I would leverage my military experience in Marine Corps and stuff like that, as far as volunteering to help with civil defense or any kind of thing that they would want me to help even train or do if something was to go down in that country. That way I could have that storage without having them have a problem with it, because they would utilize my talent.
Yeah. But I think I'm about to end this live.
Yo, man, you pulled 4 hours. You did good.
4 hours, man.
Yeah.
I got
some super chats.
I hear this
you
little
baptized.
Girl in the
You've been baptized.
Oh, I forgot to drop your super chat. My bad. Shit.
You've been baptized and everything, man. You got a kid?
Yeah.
Oh,
5.
Oh, congratulations. Is it a little girl?
Yeah.
I got 4 boys, bro. I've always tried for a little girl. That's why if I get married to this Filipino chick, we're gonna cough out about 3 or 4 of them. Seriously. I even at 56, whatever I do there, I'm leaving for them. So if I had kids by her, why would I want to leave something for them? You know what I mean?
How old is your Filipina?
She's 24. Fine as fuck. She's fine as fuck, bro. I'm not even playing with you. I'm like, yo, and she's a province farm. She's a girl from the province on a farm. Rare as hell. Oh, you got a last.
Yo, we just got a $10 super chat from Ray Money, man. Appreciate you, man. God,
Cheer.
spending them big Atlanta dollars.
Right. Instead of throwing them up in the club.
Have you been to Magic City yet?
Oh, you know he been to
Ray
Magic
Money.
City.
Yeah, man.
What you think
Listen,
about
man. I've been Magic City's okay. It was too far. It was too far for me from where I live on the east side, right? And so to go all the way downtown to Magic City, man, I got pinups right down the street. I got Strokers. I used to live right around the corner from Strokers. Man, I've been kicked out of Strokers probably about 3-4 times since I've been down here. Pinups is my spot. I like pinups is like probably my favorite.
4'9" with a body that looks like a sister's.
Where the hell you find her at? Because I ain't never seen no thick Filipino chicks.
Thank you. But
why-
here's the thing.
that's
I
why-
also know about Filipino
like
history. You know, Filipinos were dark-skinned people, right?
Yeah.
Before they started getting colonized by the Spain and Japanese, Chinese, and so on. So, plus during the Spanish-American War, the Philippines was also a spearheaded area where the Buffalo Soldiers and Black soldiers went over to help fight with the Filipinos against the Spanish. We won that war. We wound up being sold to Philippines. Then the white soldiers started treating the Filipinos like niggas, and the black guys that were already over there said, you ain't going to do that in a whole nother country. So, you know, black soldiers started fighting against the American soldiers with the Filipino rebels in order to win their freedom. Yeah. So a lot of Filipinos are not only mixed with whatever their originators were, they're also mixed with black.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that shit.
Is that what you say? Is that what you say when you go over there? You got any black in you?
I'm going to get her tested because she came
out. You want some?
No, seriously. No, bro. Listen, I seen her baby picture. She looks like a black QB doll. She's dark. She's a dark-skinned person. She started dyeing her skin. And then I told her to stop doing it because that's their culture as well. A lot of Asian countries dye their skin. Colonizers, once again, influence. So she stopped dyeing her skin about 5 months ago.
Talking about bleaching her skin or dyeing her skin?
Bleaching her skin.
My bleach.
Yeah. She started bleaching. She's been bleaching, but she stopped doing it. So 5 months later, she's starting to get tan and a nice bronze tone. But at the same time, her baby picture was she was a darker skinned woman with loose curly hair like my son's hair. I was like, you got to be an ancestor from one of the black soldiers that were over there. You know, plus there was a couple, a Filipino woman that was very wealthy with a black soldier that stayed in the Philippines for a while. Then they resettled back in Louisiana. So there was a whole sect of integrated black Filipinos that came from the Philippines, from those Buffalo Soldiers that lived in Louisiana and continued to thrive from Louisiana on.
Well, there's black people on every continent,
exactly.
Every island. I mean,
even Sweden has erected a statue commemorating the fact that Africans also helped settle and grow Sweden.
I don't
with blonde hair.
Yeah, I don't necessarily ascribe to the sort of Pan-African theory that
I don't either.
Yeah, I just feel like there's just, you know, there's black Native Americans, there's black South Americans. Black is ubiquitous, right? The Aboriginal human is black. It's black, brown. You know what I'm saying? So
correct.
But
if original man came from the earth, then that means the earth is brown. Everybody came from brown.
Right. Exactly. Well, listen, fellas, I am about to turn it down and go to sleep, man. It was nice chatting with y'all. HB, salute to you and your monetization.
Yes,
and
sir.
Good talking to you, man. I like that rifle you got there in the background, man.
You know.
Nice,
when you're
man.
bored during the pandemic, you do things. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
you either be constructive or you being destructive. I was constructive.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Salute to both of you gentlemen, man. Y'all have a great
nice meeting you, man.
For sure.
Yeah. I appreciate you coming up, bro. Always.
All right, man. Peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down too, HB. I appreciate you bringing me up, man. Good talk. Always nice talking to another fellow Marine. we're gonna keep in touch for sure. I don't know how you move around the planet, but I've been down for a while because I had a torn MCL from my last trip for over a year. Because you know how the VA functions, they slow as fuck, and they still haven't fixed it.
They're not too bad out here in Cali. They pretty.
Oh, Texas is worse. I mean, Missouri was good. I got responses quick. You move down to Texas, they say everything's bigger in Texas. Texas fucking VA system sucks. Even their different satellite offices don't talk to the main office. Their computer systems are not integrated. It's the slowest network I've ever been in. From California to here, this is the worst one. I've lived in California, Nevada, Kansas, Missouri. None of them are as slow as Texas. And that's ridiculous.
Yes.
It took me 7 months just to get back in the system once I moved down here from Missouri.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. And I was already established in the system. I was already at my 100. All you had to do was transfer all my paperwork down and get me into my general practitioner. It took them 8 months to do that. Yeah.
When I moved out here in 2011, I came from DC VA and straight to California. And
California is very well integrated, though.
That shit was
all their locations talk to each other.
Yeah, there was no lag or anything.
Right. No, here it was ridiculously stupid slow. Yeah. So that's what slowed me down for the last year. I haven't traveled because my left knee is fucked.
I mean, sometimes it's hard to get appointments with certain people, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like several months, but typically, I can get some within a month.
Yeah, and that's traditionally the same thing with me with any other VA. This is the first time I've actually had an issue with getting in on decent timing for appointments, especially with the right to refer out.
Yeah. Also, I mean, or less if it's something urgent, they'd be like, go to the ER.
Exactly. And my ER is 75 miles away from me.
Then now they got
downtown Houston, where I live at.
Urgent care. So they got a contract with urgent care. So you can visit urgent care like so many times out the year if you want to get something.
Right. And you know what? You're right. There's a shit ton of civilian hospitals around, and I could have went to their emergency room instead of going 70 miles to downtown Houston, where the main VA is, to go to that emergency room. Because I live in North Houston. So even though it's Houston, it's actually Woodlands.
Yeah.
But I don't like driving downtown to Houston. I don't go to downtown Houston at all if I can help it. Since I've been here, I might have been downtown twice. And May will be my full first year being here. So yeah, I stay away from drama. I don't like being in the inner city. I like being where I'm at, suburb to sticks.
Yeah, I like shit. But yeah, man, I appreciate you coming up, man.
All right, brother.
I'm about to shut this thing down. You come up anytime, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 minutes, 59 seconds, 24. Go ahead and do your closing. I'm out of here. Appreciate you, brother. Congratulations on your monetization.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Appreciate, man. Ronin Travels coming up. Ray Money. Appreciate who all is watching. This is, my celebratory live, getting approved for the super chats. Got a few super chats. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to QB flexing, QB passport flexing with the $4.99 super chat. Keith D with the $1.99 super chat. My guy Drew with the $9.99 super chat, and Ray Money with the smooth 10 at the top. Yeah, man. Appreciate these guys coming through. I think it was a good live, going over 4 hours now. I don't know if this is my longest live. I think I had another live that was like over 4 hours, but I don't know exactly. But we're gonna cut this one off at 4 hours. And I like to shout out to all my supporters, all my new subscribers, people who tune in, watching me and supporting me. I appreciate y'all guys, man. Thank you, man. And make sure y'all be safe if y'all traveling. Be safe out there, man.